Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we'll call the meeting to order. Just a quick announcement, we do have an overflow room that is available. There's seating inside there as well as a plasma television to watch tonight's proceedings. So if some of you that don't have a seat right now would like to move into there, it'd be a great time to do it.
Straight back.
Straight back.
Sure, they know where it is.
Liz, would you please conduct the roll call?
Councilmember Payne?
Here.
Payne? Here. Claire?
Here.
Ravoy? Meredith?
Here. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, would you please join me in rising for a moment of silent prayer, followed by the flag salute? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Liz, would you please read our video statement?
This meeting of the Galt City Council is being videotaped in its entirety and will be cablecast without interruption on Metro Cable 14, the Government Affairs channel, on the Comcast, SureWest, and SureWest cable systems. Tonight's meeting can be seen on Channel 14 and will also be webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv this Friday and Saturday at 9 a.m. A VHS copy is also available for checkout from any library branch. Members of the audience wishing to address council should fill out a speaker identification form and give it to the clerk. Please speak into the microphone when addressing council and state your name for the record.
At this time, I would like to make a recommendation to council that we move up items D1, 2, 3, and 4 pertaining to the 2008 election results ahead of public comment. Okay, great. Then we will move to item D1, which is the statement of facts for the November 4th, 2008 election.
Okay, before council tonight is the resolution reciting the facts of the general municipal election held on November 4th, declaring the results and other matters provided by law. Just a quick highlight, our Measure R safety, anti-drug, anti-gang measure passed 4,978 yes votes, 2,342 no votes. And the attachment is all the results from the election. So at this time, I ask council to adopt resolution declaring the results of the election.
Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion. I'll second.
Call for the vote.
Aye.
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 Aye. Approved 4-0. At this time, we will turn the floor over to our Deputy City Clerk, Sue Corey, to administer the oath of office to our City Clerk, Liz Aguirre.
Who was also re-elected. Right in front of the wreath.
Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California. That I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation, or purpose of evasion, and during such time as I am an elected official of the City of Galt, I will faithfully discharge the duties of the position of city clerk according to the best of my ability. According to the best of my ability.
Good job, Liz.
Council members Kane and Randy Shelton, can you step up, please? So if you guys want to stand, or kind of back up close to my.
Like it's closer to the end of the.
That's okay. You both could raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I,
Barbara Kane, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and during such time that I am an elected official of the City of Galt, I will faithfully discharge the duties of the position of council member according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
Congratulations, Penny.
Sean. Raise your hand. I state your name.
I, Sean Farrell,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the United States
Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and to the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and during such time
and during such time
that I am an elected official
that I am an elected official
for the City of Galt,
for the City of Galt,
I will faithfully discharge the duties
I will faithfully discharge the duties
of the position of City Treasurer
of the position of City Treasurer
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my abilities. Thank you.
I'll be honest, Sean, there was some mental reservation, right?
Well, I was going to ask for a little bit more time to think about that, but
No, tell them what you really want.
What's that?
oh.
Okay, we're now on item D3, election of mayor. hereby open the nomination for the position of mayor.
I'd like to appoint Randy Shelton for mayor. Some of you may or may not know Mr. Shelton was on the council 4 years previous and had a 2-year layoff, but came back strong and got reelected. I think that's a very strong sign of character, and I think he's well deserving of the nomination, so I'd like to make that a nomination.
I'd like to nominate Darrell Clare for mayor.
Do I hear any other nominations for the position of mayor? Okay, I hereby close the nominations.
I'll make the vote easier. I'd be honored to be asked again, but I will remove my name for consideration. But thank you for that.
Okay, then we will vote on Randy Shelton for the position of mayor. I will start with Councilmember Shelton.
Obviously, I'm going to vote for myself.
Yes. Thank you.
Councilmember Haynes.
Yes.
Councilmember Payne.
Yes.
Councilmember Clare.
Aye.
Councilmember Merton.
Aye.
Okay. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Do you need to go?
Oh, I thought you were giving it
No,
to
no,
me.
no. We just want to take. You have to grab it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did, and you said give it back. You notice I obeyed, too.
No, I was given instructions on it, so.
Okay, well. Pardon me? Okay, for D4, election of vice mayor.
I'd like to nominate Barbara Payne.
Okay, Barbara Payne. Any other nominations? If not, we'll close the vote. Actually, we'll ask for the vote now. We'll close the nominations. We'll start with, on my left, Don. Your vote?
Aye.
You're going to vote for yourself?
I'll vote for
Yeah, like I did. Okay.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Unanimous. What do we need to do?
Cake and ice cream.
Yeah.
Anybody wants to make a speech, then we actually break everything.
Would you mind if I swap spots from that side? Would you,
Oh.
Barbara will sit? Yeah, we can sit wherever you want.
We're going to change.
You guys can change it up during the break if you want.
So we want to go ahead and take a quick little break or ask for public comment first?
No, public comment will come after the break.
Okay, well, we're going to take a quick break. Make sure I got this right. And there's cake?
Cake.
Okay, how long is,
Good time.
how long is the break?
We probably need 15 or 20 minutes.
15, 20 minutes?
Now, before council leaves, we need to do some pictures. That's what I was going to say. If you want to do a speech, but you know, you can do it
When we come back, right when we come back in.
Right?
Oh, okay.
You want to buy the new position?
Do I have mine? I'll sign it. I'll move. I'm moving. I'm in this? Okay. Oh, yeah, break stuff? We will be moving after the break. Council's going to move. I don't know.
Oh, okay. I know, nothing personal. I was just thinking of it makes sense for you.
Yeah, you want to stand there, right? Stand there. Where are you going?
All right. Thank you. Sure.
You want to get Sean right here? Sean. Sean.
Oh.
Got a spot for you right here.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Right in my chair. Yes. How's Cage on the diet? She's off the street. That's right. Okay.
Sorry.
Everybody pick their feet up. Everyone pick their feet up.
Are you watching? Because sometimes you don't catch me right away.
Yeah. So early today. And I'll have a good start with my cell phone.
That way you never have to contact.
Okay. Good. I'll play technical break.
Just so everybody knows, there is cake in the lobby. So if you want cake and punch, if you want a piece of cake, go out in the lobby. But if you come out with an agenda for time, it might have you like, Yes. Okay. Under public comment, we don't have a regular item, right? Yeah, okay. Thank you. And you also? Oh. Oh! Wait a minute, she's on the road. Okay, about the about the teen center? It's like a swan. Well, anyway, never mind. I guess. How do you know it? Oh, you mean how do you know? Well, number one, Liz will call her name. But they're going to, they'll probably, it's great to last 10, 15 minutes. Oh, I'm sorry. Sean Farrell, can you come into the council chambers, please? Sean Farrell. Okay.
I told him he was coming back and I needed to know something. Oh, yeah. He did really. He did really. No. That'd be you. Yeah. Yeah. Oh well, we'll do our best to keep it in the car. We do. We don't, we don't. Yeah, but you get it right. Maybe you're right. Who knows? Mike, let's have to say,
I kind of left it. Yeah. With the impression that it's pretty comfortable. But there weren't any issues that we were helpful. And this, the only risk
yeah, I said. Yeah, just said.
we did say but it's the level of risk is super. And I took that and he was very
Not
not
yeah.
that was mine.
Yeah, I spoke to him afterwards as well.
Okay.
That's going to be his recommendation. Yeah. Yeah. No, I talked to him afterwards. And I said, you need to make a recommendation to the council. I mean, I said, based upon what you've seen, if they're going to follow your recommendation. So you just need to give your recommendation and articulate it. But you got to, if you don't give the recommendation, they're not going to know what to do with it. Anyway.
Well, when the whole thing the council told us to research it,
That's right.
and I get the impression I think that's them.
But the other thing is, before he finished it, he had told us that he didn't, he said, I haven't finished it, but there's some fundamental problems. I mean, so it seemed like we were saving some time just by jumping to what appeared to be the end conclusion at that point in time. Yeah, no, but that's where he's at now.
Yeah, that one needs to be turned too. That one has something.
Yeah. Right. Oh, yeah.
I don't like that.
Yeah, getting our friends with PTSD out of the way. Oh, getting our friends with PTSD out of the way.
Quarter to 7 because we're going to see that. Quarter to 7.
Yeah. I think he put together a stipulated judgment, right? And the guy that took over for the league down in both parts said they were dismissed. And I said, well, then we all have to. And that was on the 14th of November. Nikki got back to us today. And she's like, no, it's not dismissed. It's a stipulated judgment. The judgment is the case, not a dismissal. So I've got to call this guy, Jim Diamond, at Lee's office and see what their position is on that. Yeah, I'm going to look for that. Yeah. But, you know, I mean, we're all the way to the end here. And, you know, she won't stop dinking around in this freaking language, you know. So, getting it over till it's over. I know. Well, we didn't even know that, we knew it was still outstanding, but we hadn't got our answer till today. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I need to talk to Don tomorrow then. If we think they're wrong, then we're going to have to take it up a notch. But, and I think they are. Well, I mean, take it beyond the attorney to the district.
Yes, right. What's the distinction and what's her need?
Well, I mean, we want a dismissal because that means the case is over. And her position is, no, we're not dismissing a case. We have a judgment. And it's an agreed upon judgment, but this is the judgment. And most of those stipulated judgments still call for the dismissal of the case. So she's fighting over some freaking technicality. The court still has jurisdiction over the settlement agreement. And so I think she's wrong, but I'm not so sure how much it matters. So I need to talk to Simon tomorrow to figure out how much he thinks it matters from our perspective. Yeah, dismissal means no, it's a unilateral thing. I'm dismissing my case. I sued you, I'm dismissing it. Never mind, basically, right? We've entered into a settlement, which is more typical. A judgment, even if a stipulated judgment, means the case ends by a court issuing an order. And the order is, in this case, the settlement agreement. So one ends by the party that filed the case withdrawing it. The other is by a judge issuing an order. So that's the distinction.
So if she wants the judge to issue an order?
Well, we're entering into what's called a stipulated judgment where we say we agree the case is resolved for the settlement, and the judge does sign that. But typically, it's not your typical judgment like having a jury decide the case. And so, since it's an agreement, one of the things that we want in the stipulated judgment is a case is hereby dismissed. And she's like, no, I won't have that line.
It'll be a long night.
You know, about 8. Some of them are for
Okay. Oh my God.
I know. Yeah, actually, I reviewed a draft before I left today. So let's see if I get out there. I can work with you. Well, if they come in, you can send your regular bill to them.
You have the gavel?
But you can't do that with our by the California Federal Fair Lending because of the fact that fraud.
Oh, that doesn't work. Could I have the council members come to the front, please? Thank you.
We should.
We are.
Yes.
All past donations from department.
I had something I wanted to say. Oh.
I like that.
Percentage of the whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah, we need to go back to public comment.
I have, you tell me when I can read.
Oh, why don't you do that now? I mean, once you readjourn our meeting. So you're missing vice mayor, yeah.
You look different from over here. I didn't know you had the, I didn't even notice. Oh, yeah. Sorry. No. Yeah, I guess so.
Trying to find her. Did you guys hear him out there when he spoke to you?
Well, I was right here.
Oh,
What is it?
there she is.
Make it a 3. I remember seeing it before, but anyway, I don't know.
Here comes Barbara.
Okay.
So, you need to turn over to me so I can read public comment.
Okay.
And then we'll start public comment right after that.
So Lawrence, when should we appoint you your advisory committee for funding? I'm looking at the answer that I put together, and it looks like I would suggest maybe start working on it anyway, get it all fleshed out with all the whatever the rules are going to be and all that. So hiring for May, nice to have them all plugged in the page. Don't want to lose the momentum. Yeah. When does the sales tax go into effect? End of April, 126. April. Do we have a plan for like sending all the businesses sort of notice or their notice cards for new rates, or does the state of DOE do that?
You ready?
You can open the meeting today, probably.
That might just be nice with that.
We'll open the meeting back up. I have a couple of comments that I'd like to make, please. I want to thank my wife, my 3 boys, my mother, my mother-in-law, and my sister-in-law. I don't think they realized when I started the campaign that they were involved 100%. I want to thank all my friends and some of you that came along and became my friends, and vice versa, during the campaign. You walked with me. You walked for me. You talked to your neighbors, to your friends, and your family. You knocked on the doors, and you helped me get here. But I have another comment, too. For those of you during the campaign, and it was hard, and it was tough, anyone that's gone through one of these knows that. But for those of you that took my signs, destroyed my signs, the wind blew them away. I don't know if you realize it, but I'll tell you now. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. You kept me focused on what the campaign was. Every time it happened, I had someone call me on the phone, tell me that my sign was gone here and there. Give me the signs. I'll take care of them for you. What can I do to help you? I had people, or we had people, not I, because it wasn't I. We had people that campaigned against me last time, that campaigned with me, right side by side. You know what? That tells me a lot. There's a lot of good people here, and we're going to try to continue that. We're still going to disagree, but I'm here to serve the public. I will do my best, the best I can do, and then some. Don't mean to open the door, but Al, I know you'll let me know if I'm doing something wrong, and I appreciate that, and a lot of other people. You know, come to me with ideas. If you come to me with an issue or to council, come to me with how you perceive it should be corrected, because we have to do this together. But what we must do is listen to each other, even when we do not agree. but we have to respect each other. Thank you. I'll turn that back over to you. Hey, Liz.
Public comment? Under Government Code, Section 549.
I'm sorry. The Vice Mayor wanted to say something, and I apologize.
That's okay. I'll get you trained yet.
Okay.
No, I just wanted to take a moment, too, to say all the time that I was campaigning, the thing that went through my mind was how wonderful it was to have the people come out and support me and help me. Win or lose, I thought, you know, that is so special. That's a special blessing. And I want to thank those people, especially Evelyn. She worked harder than anybody. Even when I was tired, she was out there dragging me along. But then, you know, you get tired of hearing this, but we have to thank our spouses. And my husband put up with me not being home. He's learned to cook, and so I want to thank him as well. But I'm looking forward to the next few years, and I want to continue serving this community. And I think we have a good team. I think we have a good council. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
We're at public comment under Government Code, Section 54954.3. Members of the audience may address the council on any item of interest to the public or on any agenda item before or during consideration of the item. Please fill out a speaker sheet located on the table inside the entrances to the council chambers and forward the completed speaker sheet to the city clerk prior to addressing the council. We request that you state whether you live within the Galt city limits or the county area. A maximum of 5 minutes is allowed for each speaker. Mary Lou Powers?
Are we going to get to the agenda additions or deletions first?
Oh, I thought we already did that.
I don't think we did.
No, we did pass it because I interjected some comments.
Just along those lines, I'd like to recommend that we take item O4, move it up after public comment. There's a lot of families out here with young children that would like to speak in regards to the Boys and Girls Club. So in order to get them out so that the kids can make it to school tomorrow morning, I think it'd be a good idea to move that item up.
First item under your comments.
Yes.
Okay. Do we have to go into?
I think we're good.
Don't we have to go into redevelopment? And read it. He's moving that up to the front.
We don't.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, Mary Lou Powers. Are you here?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor.
Everyone in the audience. My name is Mary Lou Powers. I live within the city of Galt, and I'm the Executive Director of South County Services, and I've come to you today to tell you about a couple of events that we're having in December. As you know, December is a big month for our organization, and we have a couple of events that we have every year that we are very thankful for public participation, the city involvement, and I wanted to tell you about a couple of events that we're having this weekend, invite you to them, and also if anyone out in the audience knows of anyone that can use either of these services, would you please come down to our offices and sign up. The first brochure I have, and I've got one for everybody, pass it along please, is regarding a senior dinner. This is our second year that we've had this, and we're really proud of this. This is a senior dinner that we have every December. It'll be December 11th. It'll be over at Littleton Center from 4 to 7, and it's a senior dinner for anyone 60 and over that would like to attend. The only hitch is you have to come down and register before December 5th, and that's because we have to know how many people are going to come. Last year we had over 250, and I'm hoping for 300 or more this year. And it was a really nice event last year. We have a lot of volunteers. We got a grant from Golden Living Senior Home over in Galt, and the Senior Nutrition Center, which is They give meals for seniors, and then they also do the Meals on Wheels program. We'll be providing the dinner. Santa Claus will be there. We'll have carolers. I expect a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun last year. So if you know anyone 60 or over who would like to come to our dinner, we'd love to see you come down and sign up. And also, I'm inviting all of council. Barbara came last year. We really appreciate all the participation she has in it. We could use anyone that would like to come and help serve, or just come down and say hello to your senior constituents, because as you all know, they're voters too, and a big group here. So if you'd like to come on down, just give Brenda a call so we know how many people are coming, and we'd really like to see you there. The second thing I'd like to pass along is our Christmas basket giveaway. We have it every year. Last year we served over 500 families, and we expect to do again the same amount this year, or maybe even more, because of the way the economy is. The good news is we've got some more community involvement, and we have the fire department and the police department helping us with the toy drive. So the good news is we're doing a little bit of a collaborative here, and I hope by next year we can get more people involved so we can make it a citywide event. Anybody can sign up for a Christmas basket. There is no limitations on it. If you're having a hard year and you need Christmas dinner, come down and sign up with us, and we'll make sure you get one. And also, if your children need toys, just come up, sign up with us, and we will get the list to Santa and to the police and the fire department, and hope to pass out on December 20th food and toys for those less fortunate in our community. I really do appreciate that the police and the fire are helping with this. And I'm asking all of you out there, if you go Christmas shopping and you're buying stuff for your family, if you could just pick up an extra gift and drop it off at the fire department or the police department. There would be a child in this community, and it may be the only gift that they receive this year. So if you could look into your hearts and bring a toy down to the police or fire department, or if you'd like to write a check and bring it down to me, that would be greatly appreciated too. I hope that all of you have a wonderful holiday season and have the blessings of a wonderful new year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Lou.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Rodney Stanhope?
My name's Rodney Stanhope. I live in the city of Galt, and I come to you guys today for something very near and dear to my heart for both the council as well as the citizens of Galt. If I can see real quick a show of hands, how many of you guys have got family that serve in our military or have served in our military? Exactly. Does anybody here have family currently deployed to Iraq or Afghanistan? God bless you. I'm here today as the Northern California Director of Yellow Ribbon America. It's a nonprofit supported by the Department of Defense as well as the state legislature of California. Yellow Ribbon America operates what's called Operation Christmas for our troops and their families. Starting December 10th, yours truly will be pulling a stunt that I've done 5 years in a row. Well, I will be locking myself in a shed 12 by 14 feet in the parking lot of Arden Fair Mall 24 hours a day for the 12 days of Christmas. The object of this crazy stunt is to get our support donating toys that go to the families where mom or dad are deployed for Christmas, to show our children and our families of our troops that we care, that we love them, and we bless them and wish them a Merry Christmas. It will be in the parking lot of Arden Fair Mall starting December 10th through December 21st. I ask that all of you guys stop by, say hi, bring a toy. You can always get a hold of me or call me, email me, anything you need to do. We do take donations. Last year from my shed alone, we did 8,000 toys and $10,000 in donations. Those donations were turned into matched grocery shopping carts that went $100 per family to our military members so that they could spend that money elsewhere and take those carts shopping. Rayleigh's, Ralph's, and Bel Air actually matched every dollar we raised, so we thank them too. We are sponsored by the California State Legislature, Governor Schwarzenegger, Lieutenant Governor Garamendi, First Lady Maria Shriver, as well as the National Guard Association of California. I want to invite you guys all to come down December 10th, where I will be putting myself into the shed. We'll be having a press conference there to kick it off. And if you guys have any questions From this point forward, my phone's pretty much on 24/7, 916-410-0599, or you can email me, norcal_YRA at AT&T.net. So I thank you guys, and I also invite our mayor and vice mayor to join me tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. at the California State Capitol for the governor's press conference, kicking off our statewide event. Although I do the shed here in Sacramento, it is a statewide effort for our military, where last year we raised over 250,000 toys for the children of our deployed troops. Okay? Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Adam.
Thank you, Rodney.
John Slaughterback? John Slaughterback? Well, if you want to speak on consent, you probably want to come up now. We didn't pull it.
John Slaughterback, I live in the city of Galt. And first thing I'd like to do is congratulate Barbara Payne and Randy Sheldon. Randy, you move up fast. You're already mayor. I thought different before the election, but I accept the vote of the people and their will. And they voted you in office, and I accept that. What I'm here tonight, though, for, it's an item on the consent calendar. Item number 6, and I believe Council's already received an email from me. And I'd like to read it so the public has a little bit of information on what I'm concerned about. This was an email that I mailed to the council members. Subject, awards engineering service contract for design and construction technical assistance of the Cost Road well. Test hole well installation in the amount of $221,784, almost $250,000. At this rate, sinking new wells throughout the city could cost millions of dollars and trigger additional water rate increases. Council may have been briefed on this subject, but the citizens of Galt know nothing about the reason to spend this $221,784 for this project. The city has already paid a contractor to treat arsenic in some of the well sites. What happened to that program? Whose idea was it to sink wells deeper in an attempt to eliminate arsenic in the drinking water? Was it a suggestion from one of the engineering firms doing contract work for the city? Why was the Cost Road location chosen for this project? How many hours of service has this pump had since it has last been repaired? Was this pump due for scheduled maintenance? I'd like to hear some answers from staff on some of these questions. I really don't understand this. I don't understand why it was put on the consent calendar that we didn't take time and really discuss this. This is a lot of money to be spending. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Stan Kimbrough?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Stan Kimbrough, owner of Stan's Auto and Towing here in Galt. I've lived here over 9 years. I've spoken with Mayor Meredith, and I've made several attempts to speak with officials at the police department about our company becoming owned or involved with the tow rotation list in Galt. We are a local tower. We have been here in Galt, residents, like I say, over 9 years. We live here. We work here. Our tax dollars are spent here. We bring revenue in the city. We are involved with other law agencies outside of Galt, and we don't understand, one, why we are looked over. Number two, we don't understand why Galt would open up its jurisdictions to San Joaquin or Elk Grove. When I have been in contact with Elk Grove will not open up to Galt. So we're sending some of our tax dollars and our people, our residents in Galt also to other areas and generating money for them when we could keep it here. There are two other towers here with us making the third. And I feel that with the three of us, we can more than accommodate Galt. As I said, we've been here this many years. We have had 2 tours here that have covered this area. I don't see why with myself here it's too many that we would allow 7 others in another area to come in here. Also with some of the services that we offer here in Galt, not just being involved with law enforcement that we are not, but we also offer services here. We do Tipsy Toe program here every holiday, as I'm sure many of you are aware, if not the general public may be. The Tipsy Toe program, where people have had too much to drink, too much holiday cheer, we offer free tows to the residents of Galt from the place of where they have originated too much cheer to their residents, not from where they are originating that cheer to another place for more. But we will tow them home free of charge, and this is a service that we have been offering. We do not charge for it, and we feel that the citizens and the residents of Galt deserve something given back to them, not just always a handout to receive, but to give back. Also, along with that, we also give to elderly or mothers if they're warming their vehicles up in the mornings, in the evenings. They start their cars, they get out, or they come in, bringing groceries in. They lock their children in, something like that in the car. We even open up the cars, and we provide that as a free service. We do not charge for that. So we are a giving company as well. We may not be a big company, but we do believe in giving back to the city. I would like to hear a response, not so much tonight, but I would like to hear a response from our elected officials to come and call me or stop by my office and let us know firsthand why we are looked over, number one, for this rotation list. Like I say, this is something that I have made numerous attempts to contact, and I have had no contact back from the law enforcement or our officials in this town as of yet. I would like to hear. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Sam, before you go.
Yes, sir.
I think the only thing that staff really needs from you in order to actually move forward, they need a list of your rates, some of the services that you provide, just in a letter format directed to the city manager's office. I think that would work. And then between the city manager's office and the police department, they can make that determination.
Mayor, I will get that to them also, just to touch bases there. I dropped off a complete packet on 7/3 of '08 of all of our rates, our insurances, our bonds, all of our drivers, our equipment, everything that CHP and sheriff require. Also, we even have a tow operation area that CHP and sheriff gives as guidelines. I even sent one of these in with that packet showing if CHP requires certain areas for rates and jurisdiction, Galt, number one, stepped out of that guideline going to San Joaquin and Elk Grove, because this includes those areas for our operational area here. So I even included that, and I had dropped that at, like I say, the police department in full, and once again, I have not gotten anything back from anyone in the department. If you're telling me that I need to send another one to them, is it going to also fall on deaf ears or deaf hands, so to speak, to where no one is taking under consideration that we are a legitimate operator? And we feel statistically, and I had, like I say, I had looked into all of the tow companies for the areas. For a quick example, Elk Grove have over 130,000 citizens now in that jurisdiction, and they only have 6 towers on law enforcement. Galt have maybe, 30,000, 40,000 people. I don't know when the last census has been done. On the signs it's saying 22, but let's say 30,000 people. We have 7 towers. two of them in Galt and the other one's outside of our area. If we look at the guise of citizens there, we're sending, if you please, 67% of our business outside of Galt to these outside companies that are not bringing a dollar back here. Yes.
Richard. Breathe a minute, okay? I was trying to get your attention. How about this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ted, can I have you meet with the gentleman and find out what the issues are, and we can
Yes, Mayor.
resolve it one way or the other, please?
Mayor, let me give just a little bit of background. Before Chief Catalico got here, where there were issues that we had with towing, we had some problems with people meeting certain type of criteria, and so we put out a bid process and identified those individuals. I would be more than happy to take your information and look at whether or not they want to redo that process.
Okay.
But at the time that we did it, we had some tow companies that wouldn't meet the requirement and wouldn't provide service.
I understand. And also, I appreciate that, and I would look forward to sitting down with you. And I do understand that it is guidelines and criteria. Once again, the two tow companies that are here apparently have met those guidelines and that criteria that they are still on. And once again, me being an outside company, I have also met the guidelines and criteria. But I understand that area, but I also look at for the population to open it up to the outside areas and allow that many in is kind of, I'm sorry. It's kind of open it up to where it's taken away from our citizens.
Stan. Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, Stan.
Yes, sir.
I called you Richard. You didn't answer, so. Can I get you to agree to meet with Ted, and if you can't get it resolved, at least an answer?
Absolutely.
And, you know, can give me a call at City Hall, okay? Liz will get a hold of me.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
If I can, while he's going back, he mentioned something that reminded me to remind all of you. He talked about people leaving their car running to warm it up this time of year. Definitely don't leave your children in it if you're going to do that. But if you'll just listen a minute, every year, starting now, our police department will begin getting phone calls from people who just left their car running in the driveway for a few minutes, and it wasn't there when they go back. The car thieves have gotten smart enough to figure out they'll literally come down in a minivan with multiple people, and we have had as much as, I think, 5 vehicles stolen in the early morning because all they have to do is drive up and down residential streets, dropping people off who hop into running vehicles and drive them away. Do not start your car, leave it in the driveway, and go back in the house. It's not going to be there when you come back. So please, this is the time of year to remember that. But I promise you, we'll have a dozen cars stolen in the next couple of months by people who did that. So please, don't do that with your car.
Okay.
Next item.
Richard Smith.
My name is Dick Smith. I've been a resident here for 14 years. Tonight, I'm looking forward to a new era. Number one is that I'm thinking right now that we're going to have a much more harmonious set of activities between ourselves and the community and our council. I think it's going to be a more congenial type of a council to deal with. I do intend to say a couple things that are going to create some problems, I think, in the future, but if you look at our president now, or president-elect, and see his problems, we have a number of problems here ourselves that are going to be very, very difficult for our council to solve in the next 2 years. So we have to keep calm when people disagree and everything. I represent an organization here in town called the Protect Galt's Future. I'm one of the members. We've been in existence for 1.5 years, and primarily during that time we've been trying to educate the population as to the issues that we have to deal with. The City Council right now is faced with a number of issues. The one thing we want to talk about tonight is back in September, the city of Galt received a formal complaint to our attorney for our organization, basically calling out problems that occurred during the 2006 election and the way that money was collected and spent. This formal complaint was given to the city, and nothing was done about it. The prior council majority, which were led by Mr. Raboy, spent thousands of dollars of taxpayers' money to hire $400 attorneys to challenge our group who wish to express our constitutional right of free speech. Yet, when confronted with a formal complaint about the violation, Mr. Meredith and Mr. Haynes declined to take action along course with Mr. Raboy. There is a serious conflict of interest in a matter like this when Mr. Raboy and Mr. Meredith and Mr. Haynes vote to spend taxpayers' money to file a suit against also a legal ballot measure, which is the recall measure which we had put forth. We believe that a recall, if it does become necessary, is up to the citizens to decide what they want to do. But unfortunately, we see again a situation where they filed a suit against our recall, which has now been delivered, I think, to one of the higher courts. Here's our recommendation to start a new positive direction for the city. The Sacramento District Attorney has agreed to investigate and prosecute the complaint on behalf of the city if so requested by the city. It has to be done by somebody on our council. We are asking the city to take this action now. The result will be the following. It will provide an independent third-party resolution of the violation. Whether it is a violation or not, it will be a third-party resolution. This will relieve the city council of criticism of favoritism or conflict of interest and allow our new city council to move forward in a positive direction to solve the city's various budget problems that are going to be happening in the future and our bleak economic future. The other thing is it will relieve the city of significant legal costs that have approached up to $1,200 per hour for multiple high-priced attorneys. There's no reason why the city should have to spend our money to go ahead and prosecute this when we can deliver it to an independent organization like the Sacramento District Attorney's Office. Thank you.
Mr. Smith, before you go, quickly. Your request, are you also suggesting that the city ask the District Attorney's Office to investigate the campaign finance from this election?
The complaint that was issued back in September, the complaint that was issued in September, that's the one we're asking them to investigate.
Well, what about the city's complaints about the way that the recall organization
Oh, the recall measure?
funded their activities?
Well,
wouldn't you say that it would be fair as well to let a third party investigate those activities?
We'd be absolutely delighted to have that take place also.
Okay.
Absolutely delighted. And let the chips fall where they may.
And just to clarify, the city of Galt did not initiate litigation against the recall group. The recall group initiated litigation against the city.
That's correct. And then you went and filed a litigation against us.
But you were the initiating party, not the city of Galt. So the expenditures that we've spent in defense of that are defending litigation that your group brought against the city of Galt because of a campaign ordinance that you felt was too restrictive because it didn't allow your group to bring in money from a few sources to fund all of your activities.
I think we need to refer that to the district attorney because the issue here is we are complaining about a measure, a recall measure. And according to the Supreme Court, a recall measure is not constrained by the amount of money you collect or how you spend it. And that is a Supreme Court decision. And this is why we feel if you want to go ahead and put it into the district attorney, great, let's go for it. Thank you, Dick.
Al Baldwin.
Al Baldwin, a concerned citizen of Galt, and it is a community of character, let me tell you. And we've had some negatives in the last few minutes, 10 or 15, or give or take. I'm not here to knock anybody. I'm here to congratulate a lot of you that worked very hard to get elected. And I also want to say that Tim Raboy, that was here before, he had some great ideas. He had some things that he wanted to get done, and he got done. And I've talked to Tim years before. We've discussed things like I do with maybe some of you sometimes. and he was very easy to talk to. He believed in what he wanted, and that's the way it was, no matter what. But he did at least hear some suggestions, and he did take some of the suggestions to heart. And I just want to say that no one has mentioned him tonight, but I want to say that he was a good man. He is a good man, and I believe that he's going to still go far somewhere.
Yeah.
So just to let you know. Now, I got to take your picture. This is my little thing that I like to do when I come up here, when the council gets a turnover. So I want to take your pictures, but you have to smile. You too, Andrew.
I'll try.
Now, let me, yeah, I think I got you all. Yeah, I guess you did try. Also, I want to tell you that I appreciate all the patience through the past years that many of you have put up with me on, and the different things that I've come up to this council and this podium and mentioned. Some things I knew what I was talking about, and there were some things I didn't know anything I was talking about, so I was asking more questions and trying to get something. So I appreciate all the patience you gave me, and I look forward to challenging maybe anything you bring up, and I'm not one-sided either way. If I see something, I'm going to say it, and if I'm wrong, and I apologize to Mr. Ted Anderson about 5 years ago, and I don't know if he remembers it, but if I'm wrong, I'm going to say I'm wrong, and I'll say it in front of everybody. So I try to have as much integrity as I can, and I appreciate all the help that you've given me and all the knowledge I've gained from you, and I hope to gain more, because I got to make mistakes in order to learn. So thank you tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Al.
Thanks, Al. Okay, the next item we have is the information consent calendar. We have actually, 6 items? And I asked the city clerk, Liz, if you would read those off first.
Yes, number 1, minutes, approval of the minutes of the special and regular council meetings of November 18th. Number 2, approval of the City of Galt warrants. Number 3, award of design contract for Union Pacific Railroad Pedestrian Safety Improvements Project. Number 4, approval of the solid waste contract amendments. Number 5, acceptance of the Industrial Park Water Treatment Plant project. And number 6, award of engineering services contract for design and construction technical assistance of the Class 12.
Pleasure of the council. Is there a motion on the floor?
So moved that we adopt the consent calendar as proposed. I'll second.
Motion's been made and second. Any further discussion? None. We'll call for the vote. Barbara, do you mind?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Approved.
If I can make one.
Mr. Mayor, you're going to need a vote on that one, too. Did you say aye?
Yeah.
You did?
Yes, I did.
5-0.
If I can make one comment, Randy?
Is that okay? Yes. Go ahead, Darryl.
To Mr. Slaughterback's comments, the item we just adopted, there is a complete staff report. I think one of your questions was, were we briefed? And we were. And a number of the measures are improvements above what was previously recommended. And in particular, I think you'd asked about the going deeper. And going to 1,700 feet of depth as opposed to the 1,000 feet may allow us to actually avoid the aquifer that has the arsenic in it. So specifically to that point, the reason staff brought that forward is to pull from aquifer that doesn't have the arsenic, so we don't have to spend the money to remove it. But there is a complete staff report. You can get it online or at the city clerk's office.
Mr. Mayor?
Ted?
Let me give a little background also, because we discussed a lot of this in the capital improvement program when we did the yearly budget almost 7-8 months ago. We're having some problems with some wells that are non-producing anymore, and if we don't do this, we'll end up with water shortage, so that certain areas of the city will be without water. But this has been ongoing, and we've kept the council apprised. It's not something that just came up at this point in time.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to move, which item was?
04.
04. And we had... Yeah, Andrew, how about if I turn this over to you, because that was under your comments, and I see there's several people that want to speak on it too. So go ahead.
Thank you. Just to open it up, I think a lot of the people in the audience tonight have read in the newspaper that our local Boys and Girls Club is facing a financial crisis, as many other organizations are in the community. I think a lot of us in the audience can also recognize the fact that the Boys and Girls Club has been a tremendous asset to the city of Galt, and it would be a terrible thing to see the city of Galt lose this great asset. So once news broke of the financial situation, I began working with a representative from the Boys and Girls Club to try to come out with some type of solution that would be beneficial to the Boys and Girls Club and would limit the amount of fiscal responsibility that the city would take by entering into this partnership. With meeting with Mr. Tom Walters from the Boys and Girls Club, we came up with a general set of negotiating terms that I would like to ask council to send back to staff to meet with the Boys and Girls Club and come up with a permanent agreement. I'm going to outline those right now. As many of you are aware, the City of Galt back in 2006 allocated $400,000 to assist the Boys and Girls Club in purchasing 2 pieces of property located in our Old Town District. The City of Galt currently is on the lien, is a lien holder on both of those pieces of property. In addition, the Boys and Girls Club hold a piece of property that I believe the old J.C.'s Hall used to sit on. Combined, they have 3 parcels of property all located in proximity to each other, which could be combined together to make one larger piece. What I'm proposing is that the City of Galt and the Boys and Girls Club come to an agreement where the City of Galt would take ownership of the 2 parcels that we are currently the lien holders on. We would also agree to purchase the parcel that the J.C. Hall sits on for market value appraised by a third party. The city would also agree to allow the Boys and Girls Club to remain in the building that they are currently occupying as their headquarters, which is located on that site, until they can find a permanent location. The city would also allocate $35,000 to help keep the Boys and Girls Club operational until March of this year, which would allow them to get through the sale of the property and receive the funds from that transaction. That money would probably be able to keep them operational long enough to start a true fundraising drive. The city would also agree that in the future, if they entered into an agreement with the elementary school district to purchase the fair site property should it become available, the city would allow the Boys and Girls Club to move into some of the permanent structures that are located on that property that the city would deem not useful for our intent of purchase. So with that, I'd like to open it up to questions from council and allow the community to speak.
Council's pleasure. You want to comment, or would you like to hear from the public first?
Well, let me make a brief comment. I know this is coming at difficult times when you talk about the Boys and Girls Club, but the Boys and Girls Club is important to the community. It's been around for a while, and it's utilized by many of the kids and the parents who allow their kids to go there. What Councilman Meredith has brought forth is a very positive approach in which to help the Boys and Girls Club, provide them some time so that they can get into a better position for fundraising. I have no problem with it. I just think that people need to understand, even though we may be providing some funding, it's very limited, and that it's very necessary to help them, to provide them the additional time they will need. And the Boys and Girls Club is something we'd like to see stay around as long as possible.
And something that I didn't touch on during my original statement was the fact that these 3 parcels are located in close proximity to the new downtown Galt Place senior development that will begin construction shortly. It could be utilized by the city to create a new community park in that area that could possibly offer a community garden or something geared towards the senior citizens that will occupy that new complex. So it could be beneficial for both sides, and that's why I think it's a good agreement for the city of Galt.
Darrell, do you have a comment?
Just a suggestion. I suspect the majority or all of the council support helping the Boys and Girls Club. And I imagine there's a lot of people, and I know there's some small children here tonight that want to make sure we know that you want us to help the Boys and Girls Club, but I'm guessing you've got much of that support. So it might be more powerful. You're all welcome to come up one at a time, so to speak, and say whatever you want to say. But I wouldn't mind seeing all of you, especially with the kids, just to stand before us in one mass so we in the community can see the type of support that's out there for the Boys and Girls Club. So that's up to you and those of you representing the club tonight. But it might be pretty impressive, given the number of small children, to all come up here in one group and then let someone speak for your group.
Sure, that's fine. So, everyone agree? That's sure.
So if you'd like to see the city work with the Boys and Girls Club, could you just come stand in the front here so we can see you all at once?
If we have room. You know, if they had one person that would like.
There's still more room if you want to come up.
You know, if they have kind of one, maybe one person like to say. If you, I just thought if you looked at the list, Andrew.
You can squeeze in there. Those of you at the corner, why don't you come into the center so the others can get in there with you. Keep coming in. Because in the years I've served on the city council, this is the most people to ever show up in support of an item that I recall. I've seen maybe this many opposed to something before, but
or more.
But I mean, there seems to be a typical pattern. You get about 5 to 1 people show up to be against something, but this is the biggest showing in favor of something. Keep coming in. There's 20, 30 more people behind you. Come all the way into the center. That's it. Bring them in.
While everyone's finishing walking up, I'll just make a few statements for the group, I guess.
Sure.
The fact of the matter is, this is a organization that is doing great good in this city. It is much needed. Everyone knows that the economic times are tough. There are many families that are now forced to send both parents into the workplace, which makes these after-school programs even more important. You can see by the tremendous show of support that they brought out tonight that this is something that we need to keep for the city of Galt. So I really hope that I'm getting the indication that council does support this, but I really hope that the city recognizes the tremendous good that this group does and continues to commit to keeping this organization alive.
Thank you for coming out tonight.
Thanks.
So is council okay with sending those terms back with staff to negotiate a finalized agreement?
Let's make sure there's any other council members that haven't. Did you have another comment?
No,
I think.
comments good.
Just a minute, Ted. Barbara?
Oh,
Did you have a
actually,
comment?
no, the only comment I was going to say, I think our hearts are all with the Boys and Girls Club, and we know that we need someplace safe for our kids after school. You know, we just passed Measure R that said we were really concerned about gangs and drugs, and we think the Boys and Girls Club is one of the proactive ways that we can fight against those things happening. But this has all been the first I've heard of it tonight, so I'm hoping that we will get a lot more details on the whole proposal.
Sorry, Ted. You got a comment?
Just a recommendation the council may want. If there's going to be an appraisal of the one parcel, would the council be interested in getting the appraisal of all three, just so you know what the value is?
Whatever you recommend.
It's going to cost more money to do that, though. Is that correct?
To be in the right place, it would be marginal, your increased cost. I'm just suggesting you may want to look at that. You may not. You may.
Yeah, I would like to say, what you read off, by chance, did you have a memo? Or were those just your notes?
Just
Andrew?
my notes.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
How do we try to call these people to see if they want us to?
Yeah, do you want to check with them
Yeah.
just to see?
We do have quite a few speaker sheets. I'll call your name, and if you have decided not to come up and speak, just don't show up, and I'll go to the next name. Diane Greco.
Hi, my name is Diane Greco. I'm a resident of Galt, and I have a son who attends Fairside Elementary, and he also attends the Boys and Girls Club at Greer Elementary. And I just want to say it is a wonderful facility. I mean, the whole process, the staff, the programs that they do, the homework that they do, that is wonderful. I want to say it's needed in Galt. I don't want to see it go away. And one of the things I know from Neighborhood Watch is between the hours of 3 and 6, that's when trouble occurs. That's when the kids who aren't supervised do their trouble, do their bad things. And with the Boys and Girls Club, we can eliminate some of that. And I don't want to see the Boys and Girls Club go away, so then there's more trouble. So, I'm also a volunteer at the Boys and Girls Club. I try every other week. I work with the kindergartners and first graders. And I was there yesterday, and there were 102 students at the Greer facility, just for the Boys and Girls Club after-school program. Again, they have a wonderful staff. I really wanted to say how great they are. They're here tonight. They were, and we voted for Measure R, and I think this kind of falls in with the safety issues that we want to keep the kids safe. And the Boys and Girls Club is one of the ways to do it. So please support the Boys and Girls Club. I don't want to talk too long because there's a lot. But thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your support in Measure R as well.
Mike Hodge. After Mike would be Hannah Rolls.
Good evening, council members, Mr. Mayor. Good to see you again.
Good to see you, sir.
And we're not here to talk about quiet zones. I actually I had my heart struck by what I saw in the papers as it regards the Boys and Girls Club. As you know, I moved into the community about 4 months ago. My name is Mike Hodge. I'm a semi-retired consultant. I do a lot of work, pro bono work for nonprofit organizations. I'm offering my services to the Boys and Girls Club to help them. However, after working with youth, I was a court-appointed special advocate up in El Dorado County for about 3 years, and I've got quite a bit of experience in law enforcement. I looked at what happened here recently. We passed Measure R, which was a really important thing, and I'm glad it passed, but its purpose was to try to mitigate the impact of gangs. So here we are spending money on one side trying to prevent it with our law enforcement, and that's desperately needed. But at the same time, we have an organization that keeps the kids off the streets so that they don't get attracted to gang activity. And when you look at it from this standpoint, you can see that Galt wants to do several things. They don't have enough money to go around to take care of all those needs, so they're trying their best. I applaud what you just said about making that offer. It certainly is worthy of discussion. The thing I wanted to talk about, though, very quickly, the Boys and Girls Club has an important purpose, and we know from the newspapers it's been pretty well presented. My belief is that the club should be self-sustaining, though. They should raise their own money, and they should support their own activities, and they should go after grants to help them. So your offer, although somewhat generous, really isn't enough because it costs about $14,000 a month for them to operate. So for 3 months, if you were going to help them, that would be $42,000 if my math is correct. Plus they have some charges coming at them for which they aren't prepared to pay. There's a requirement for them in order to maintain good standing with the national organization to be able to have a certified CPA account type audit of all their books. That cost can run over $10,000. I have a friend who is a CPA, and he's offered to look at that situation and possibly do that for them pro bono. But that may not happen as well. It still may need some additional work. So I want to leave you with a parting thought. It's all about return on investment. And you want to spend $42,000 or $35,000 to help this organization, and it needs the help and it deserves the help. I just want to throw out a statistic. About $30,000 a year, and the chief can verify this or perhaps raise the ante. about $30,000 a year to incarcerate one youth for 1 year. We have an organization, $168,000 a year is at a minimum what it takes for them to operate. But look at the number of young people in the community that are served, the number of youth that he doesn't have to pick up, the number of people that the DA doesn't have to prosecute, and the number of people that don't go to the courts. And I would say that if you think about those things, then you know that that $35,000 is really just a down payment to make sure this club stays healthy. Thank you.
Quick statement. The $35,000 wasn't an arbitrary number that we just came up with. Mr. Walters, when I asked him what they needed to stay operational through March, $35,000 is what the Boys and Girls Club needs. So I don't know if they've already done some additional fundraising, but that's what they say it's going to take to keep them operational through March.
Hannah? Is Hannah out there?
She's coming up, I think.
Yeah,
Carol.
she's coming up. I just wanted to mention to the council and to the folks on the Boys and Girls Club, we have a standing committee called the CAST Committee. C-A-S-T stands for City and Schools Together. And I mentioned this briefly to Tom, who I think will probably be speaking in a moment. But what I'd like to do as I'm assuming staff's going to get direction to look into some of these things, is also at the CAST, we'll meet with both superintendents of the school districts, and the Fair Site School could play into this ultimate solution as far as perhaps some staffing, perhaps, to the gentleman who just spoke, some grant funds that can come through the schools for Boys and Girls Club, facilities certainly. So the direction, if we adopt it, would be to sort of create a working group. I think CAST would be the best place as far as the liaison effort in support of what staff's doing. And as a joint power of the two school districts in the city, see if we can come up with a solution to all these issues. Because as the last speaker pointed out, we do have to get through the next 3 months, but we've got to get through the next 30 years too. So there needs to be a long-term solution. So.
Good.
Okay.
Is she ready to speak? I'm sorry. Go ahead, young lady.
Hello, everybody. My name is Hannah, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the Boys and Girls Club. I really love the Boys and Girls Club, and I would be sad if to leave the Boys and Girls Club because I really love it, and it's very fun, and I'm going to miss it.
Sweetheart, we're going to make sure we do it whatever it takes to keep your organization afloat. So you're always going to have somewhere to go after school, okay?
Thank you. You have to admire someone like her to come up to the podium and speak. Thank you. You okay? Yeah, you have another speaker.
Okay, thanks, Hannah. Nelson Morgado?
Good evening. My name is Nelson Morgado. I'm a 8-year resident of Galt. Moved here a young family. I spent, I believe, almost 3 years as Randy's neighbor. Watched his boys grow up. Spent some time out there in the street playing football, baseball. I'm that guy that this whole thing about the Boys and Girls Club affects the most. I'm not on the poverty level. I'm the middle class guy. Problem is, in order for me to live my lifestyle, it takes myself and my wife working full time. We have nowhere to take our children after school. It plays a very critical role in our family. And it's people like myself. It's our tax revenue that's going to the city. You know, if we weren't out there working, where would the city be if it wasn't all for the people that are working every day, the husbands and the wives? So, with that said, my son now is 8 years old. I have a newborn, 4 months old. This organization is critical to my survival as a family. I find myself getting more and more involved in these city affairs, not because I'm volunteering to come to them, because it seems like once a year on a routine now, something affects my livelihood that I have to come and voice my opinion on. So Again, I couldn't be a better example, and knowing Randy personally and knowing a little bit about me and seeing my family, you know, grow up, see how it affects people like myself. So I hope that the city makes the right decisions. I'm not quite sure. Some points have already been made, things that I'd like to have brought up, but I'm not quite sure where the breakdown is on the money with the Boys and Girls Club, because it seems like on one side of the Boys and Girls Club there's plenty of money. We're receiving, my son comes home with a gift card, $25 for Walmart, $20 to go to Target, a toy for Christmas, a toy for this. I'm like, wow, you know, they give us a lot of money for, you know, for nothing. You know, we take our kids there. In the summertime, we pay our $12 a day to take our kids to the summer program. You know, so pretty impressive to me that all this stuff is going on. I'm wondering myself, my wife and I are having discussions about it. Where's all this money coming from? But when I ask the question all the time is, why are they in financial trouble if all this money is being handed out left and right? And the answer I always get is, well, the funds from this side can't be used to pay for the funds for this side. And I'm like, well, if you can't afford to keep this side going, then there ain't going to be funds for either side. So my concerns are the Boys and Girls Club should be an open book to everybody. I mean, if they're in financial problems, if they're like Ford and GM, don't come up asking for money if you can't show what the problem is. I mean, open the books, let the city, let all the people that are going to make the decisions see what is the true financial crisis of this organization and make decisions based off the facts. And hopefully we have some results to this. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Cherie Cody. Okay. Okay, I'll go on to Brittany Calhoun.
Hi, City Council. My name is Brittany Calhoun, and I'm a local teen here from our community. And recently I did community service helping out at the Boys and Girls Club's garage sale, and I realized that a lot of things are going on and that a lot of people really do care about the Boys and Girls Club, and it is a place for children to go, and a lot of families need this. And I see my family a lot. Like, my parents will come home and they're stressed about it because I have a 6-year-old brother who goes there, and he loves it. Like, he'll come home and he's like, oh, I did this at the Boys and Girls Club, and he's always excited to go. And, you know, so I had this idea that money does need to be fundraised, and there are a lot of teens in our community, and I was thinking, since someplace fun used to hold like teen dances and a lot of kids went, and I've been thinking about maybe like throwing a teen dance and like having an admission fee and figuring out just exactly how much money like we should like raise for it. And I've brought it up with a few kids like around the community and at my local high school, and a lot of them have said that they would help me out and that they would go and they would pay for it. And but there are like a few setbacks because we don't really have the money to be able to like afford a place to like throw the fundraiser, and all the money would go to the Boys and Girls Club as a donation, no matter how much we earned or anything. But like I said, we don't have a place to host it, and I was just kind of wondering if maybe like the Littleton Center, like if you guys could help us out and maybe like let us borrow it for a night, and we could have like a group of people clean it up and make sure everything is all right with it. I don't know. It's just my thoughts.
Well, that guy right there in the red shirt, he's the one that you want to talk to.
Okay.
And Boyce, by the way, Boyce, about a year ago, you did a dance for the high schoolers, right? Did an excellent job. It was outstanding. Would you have that together in like 3 days? Flyers, and they had a heck of a turnout. If you work with Boyce, I can almost assure you, you'll get a great turnout, and you'll come up with quite a bit of revenue to provide and give to the Boys and Girls Club and have a good time doing it.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Miss?
Brittany, I'm sorry. Just real quick, when I mentioned if Fairsight School became available, one thought would be also to incorporate a teen center into that facility. Do you think that would be something to be?
Yeah, because a lot of teens like now, like everybody just kind of roams around Galt, and some kids do cause mischief. And I think that if we had a teen center, a lot of teens would probably go, and like a lot of stuff like that's happening now probably wouldn't.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Desiree Calera? Desiree? And then, I don't see Desiree Woody.
Well, I was one of the first ones at the Boys and Girls Club, and I heard about it.
You were little?
Huh? No, I mean for a donation. As an investor, I went over there when I heard about it. I said, "Can we see the books?" They don't open the books. I talked about all the programs. We need the Boys and Girls Club, but investors don't do investments unless you see the books. And if Boyce wants help, if he gets something going, I'll be glad to help him. That's all I want to say. The only reason we haven't done anything yet, show me the paper. It's just like Ford and Chevrolet and whatever. So that's all I'm going to say.
Next week.
Thank you. Well, Ted, I think you have somewhat of direction, but I think we need to summarize it so that we all know what direction we're going. Before I ask you to make a comment, Andrew, I think we have, you can see, we're all in agreement that we all want to do, including the council, and I can tell from outside, the people, the public. I believe that we have 2 council members that may be willing to work on this. Is that right, Daryl? So, Andrew, maybe you guys could work together as a suggestion, you know, with Ted, and bring something back. Just like in 2 weeks. How's that sound? Well, I would say 2 weeks, but I mean, you know, as soon as we can.
Okay.
Ted, maybe the 3 of you guys can get together with your appropriate staff.
I think Mr. Jeffrey should be a part of it because it's his $400,000 we're dealing with.
That's why I said appropriate staff.
Do you want me to restate the negotiating terms, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Okay. The city would acquire the 2 parcels that we currently hold the lien on, located on 5th Street. The city would purchase the old JC property for the appraised value. The city would agree to allow the Boys and Girls Club to remain in the building that they are currently occupying as their headquarters until they find a permanent location. The city would allocate $35,000 to keep the club operational, which could be possibly negotiated off the purchase price in the future. And the city would agree to include the Boys and Girls Club in any potential purchase of the Fairside property.
Direction from council on the $35,000, where would it come from?
General fund reserves.
And you can have.
And then,
By the
right.
sale of the property.
And then I'll have the cast committee, Karen, okay. If you just put it on our next agenda, and as I say, I've already spoken with Tom Gemma, and we'll sit down with the issues. And Tom, if we could invite you or whoever you would like to speak on your behalf at that meeting, Karen will let you know the date for that. And then Andrew we'll try and set a cast time that you can be at the meeting.
Okay. Can we set up something in the short
Oh, yeah,
term
yeah.
so we can bring the
Yep.
finalized agreement back to the next council meeting?
And we're missing the third one, JC property buy for appraisal, and then what was the next one?
Say it again. What was the last one that you got? So they can find a permanent location.
Yes.
And to everyone in the community, and if the newspapers write this story, if you could please include, I know last year I sponsored a child, and a number of us sponsored a child in the community to attend Boys and Girls Club. And so they still need those type of donations or just direct donations to them. But if you could find it in your heart, it might be a wonderful Christmas present to sponsor a child to attend the Boys and Girls Club. So.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yep. I think that's good. That's positive. It's something we're working on together. No other comments? We'll go to, I think, scheduled matters.
Thanks to all you and the children who came out.
Yeah, thank you very much. Did you say that? Nueva Vision Academy Charter School appeal relating to the proposed project. Are you the spokesperson? Okay. Sure.
Are you going to have Kurt give his report first?
And before you start, our staff will make a comment. We'll start it off. So, Kurt, if you would. And this was continued from a public meeting from the council.
Yes, this is a continued public hearing.
Right.
From the last city council meeting.
The last meeting, yeah.
Last
Okay,
meeting.
November 18th.
Yes. The item before you tonight is an appeal. This item was heard by the
Kurt?
planning. Yes.
Can I have you just wait a minute?
Hold on just a second. We'll wait a minute and then close the doors.
And if anyone else needed to leave, I know that there are some seniors that might want to.
Like in the front row.
Yeah,
Yeah. Good to see your mom again.
Yeah. It might be quiet enough now. Go ahead, Kurt. Sorry.
Mr. Mayor, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Members of the council, members of the audience. Again, this is a continued public hearing from the November 18th regular city council meeting. This is an appeal that was filed by the charter school as a result of the planning commission's recommendation to deny their appeal on October 9th, 2008. I know you have a lot in your packet. You have the original Planning Commission report. You have a number of correspondence between the charter school, city staff. You also have, I believe, the draft minutes of the Planning Commission hearing. And at page 104, I believe, of yours, you have an amended or an addendum to the city council staff report of November 18th. And it was placed at the back of the agenda. I apologize for that, but it was included, and I hope you had a chance to look at that. The issue before you tonight, the applicant had submitted for a building permit on August 13th of this year. On August 26th, they were notified by myself that based on an analysis of surrounding jurisdictions, that we did not believe that they met the minimum required off-site parking requirement. That is set forth in the city's municipal code, and it indicates that staff is to use best available practices in making that determination. That determination was made. It was appealed to the commission. The commission then, commission's decision is being appealed to before you tonight. I'd like to summarize and actually go over the most recent correspondence received from the Community Resource Project. It was a letter dated November 10th, received November 17th. It covers many of the issues I think that are pertinent to your decision tonight, and certainly raises many of the issues which staff considered in coming up with a determination as to the number of parking spaces. By way of background, the site for the charter school, staff had recommended a total of 31. They are providing 19. Those 19, however, do include 2 handicapped accessibles, which would mean that they would be utilized full-time for that purpose, and 5 other spaces for the pizza parlor. So that is the total amount of parking provided on site. In the letter I just referenced, it raises issues, particularly as it relates to the charter school to be located at 640 Carroll Drive. The applicants indicate that this is a temporary facility. Staff has recognized and continues to recognize that yes, it may be temporary. However, if the facility is allowed to proceed with the parking which is provided on site, the city is barred from going back at any future date to require additional parking if it's deemed that it is insufficient. The charter school has, since 2004, looked at other sites, and I believe there's one over off 6th Street. They had an approval back in 2006. It ultimately expired. They re-petitioned for that same site earlier this year. That application has also expired due to inactivity. So I know that they are looking at other permanent sites and locations. The letter indicates that they have a charter for to serve up to 100 students. In fact, the charter requires, or the charter that they did have, required that they have a minimum of 100 students, not up to. So you're looking at a minimum of 100 students at this facility. This is a high school. The first year they are proposing grades 9 and 10. Admittedly, there may be much fewer drivers in the first year, assuming you have 100 9th and 10th graders. In the subsequent years, because it is a full high school, it will accommodate 11th and 12th graders, and those are licensed drivers. And that was a concern that staff had, that should this facility operate for longer than a year, you are going to have licensed drivers at this facility as students. The letter also raises the issue to the extent that there, once again, there's no guarantee that this would not become a permanent site. And it's not that staff is concerned about the particular location, but it's based on the number of students and the inadequacy of parking, off-site parking, and the specific location. The issue was raised that they could use a 15% reduction in parking. Well, I believe it was somehow construed by them that staff simply didn't offer that. Staff did not offer that because it's not available. It is only available in the case of commercial, industrial, and office space. And that is by code. Even if you could provide or desire to provide some of the 3 types of reductions, only one would appear appropriate, and that would be for providing additional bike racks, which would give them a 5% reduction, which amounts to 1 space, not 7 spaces. So there is a significant difference. In the last page, in the last paragraph of the first page, Ms. Perez indicates that staff attempted to introduce new issues about the high school's location, not relevant to the appeal. In fact, I believe they are very relevant. I believe that by not providing adequate off-site parking, you will end up having cars possibly parked on adjoining properties, either illegally or without property owner permission. There are no curb gutters or sidewalks north, south, or east of this site. There are limited curb gutter and sidewalk at the immediate front of this property and to the car wash to the south. There are no safe passageways for pedestrian or bicycling avenues for students attending this, in that there are no crosswalks and absent the sidewalks. Additionally, it's located, staff believes, at a very busy intersection. It is at Ayers Lane, which is an off-ramp for northbound 99. Your peak AM traffic at this location is very high. You will have students and commuters congesting in the same area. Ms. Perez goes on and indicates that they would like to take advantage of a potentially staggering use of parking areas which are dedicated towards the pizza guys. In looking at the code, number one, in order to have a staggered use, you have to have a minimum of 20 spaces. Pizza Guys has 5 spaces. They have 19. Even if you looked at the overall total and you thought that somehow those 20 could be used at off-peak periods, and you have to remember the purpose here is so that when one use is in operation, the other one is not. A good example of that are churches and commercial or industrial uses. Typically, it's in the PM hours for places of worship or the weekends where businesses normally run 8 to 5 or normal work hours during the week. That is the intent. It also requires that there be a covenant recorded on the property approved by the city attorney to ensure cooperation for staggered use, staggered parking. Staff does acknowledge that there are less restrictive off-site parking requirements in other cities. There are also more restrictive. Staff looked at this, looked at surrounding jurisdictions, and subsequent to that, we've even done a little more research and looked at our own codes. Our own codes for places similar to what schools would be considered are very close to the 1 per 3 standard, which staff has basically recommended if you broke it down on a per person average of both students and staff. The staff does not dispute that they wish to have 8 school administrators on site, but this number does not account for teachers' aides, parents who wish to assist, deliveries, and those sorts of things. I mean, so it is, we've looked at it from the point of view of we know this is the minimum, there may be more, but we believe that with the standard which we have put forth, we believe it could be accommodated. I don't know if there are any other questions. That kind of summarizes, I believe, the main issues that the Planning Commission covered, and I don't know if there are specific issues that the council has on this subject. That concludes my report.
Any comments from council? Attorney wants to make a comment.
Mr. Mayor, before you start taking testimony, I did want to make a few comments just to focus what the issue is before the council tonight. And I also wanted to make you aware as to what your options are before you start taking the testimony. As Kurt indicated, the charter high school is a permitted use in this highway commercial zone. And the issue that is before you tonight is very focused, and it deals exclusively with parking. There's a particular table in our zoning code that lists the parking requirements for a variety of uses. For example, if you go to a daycare use, a daycare requires 1 space per employee and then 1 additional space for each 10 persons that are going to be served by that daycare. It doesn't matter where you put the daycare. It doesn't matter what zone it's in. That's the parking standard for a daycare within the city. When this particular use came forward, there is not a standard for high schools serving grades 9 through 12. So under that chart, when it's not listed, it falls under other. And as an other use, the Community Development Director has an obligation to determine what the parking standard should be based upon best available practices. So he's made a determination not as to a parking standard for Nuevo Vision Charter High School. He has made a determination for high schools grades 9 through 12. If you end up upholding that determination, then that standard carries forward not only for this current site, it carries forward for any other charter high or any other high school site within the city that requires a building permit or a tenant improvement permit from the city. And that will be our standard. So it's not a site-specific issue. The issue is the parking standard for a high school, as determined by the Community Development Director, consistent with best available practices? That's the issue before you. Do you agree or disagree with the parking standard that has been proposed by your director? Your options with this appeal are, first, you can deny the appeal. If you deny the appeal, then the result of the denial is that that parking standard stays in place for this project and any other high school serving grades 9 through 12 that come forward. Option 2 would be to continue the appeal. Presumably, you would only continue it if you felt that there was additional information that's not presented tonight, either through the director's report or through other public testimony, where you can't reach a determination. I mean, one option would be that you want the director to go out and do further research, come back with parking standards on a broader spectrum. That would be a basis for you to exercise the second option to continue the appeal. The last option is to grant the appeal. If you grant the appeal, then that overturns the determination of parking standard that was established by the community development director. If you do that without giving direction as to what the standard should be, then you're creating a void, because there needs to be a parking standard established in order for this project to go forward. So granting the appeal in the absence of either giving direction to the director as to how he should establish the parking standard, or either establishing the standard at the council level based upon the information you're provided, will not lead to a resolution of this particular issue. So again, deny the appeal, continue, presumably for further information, or grant the appeal with the establishment of an alternate standard. Are there any questions?
Wow.
The only other comment that I would add is, I believe when City Attorney was saying on high schools, it would be the public high schools have the ability to exempt themselves from zoning codes. So it would be for any high school that does not exempt itself and establish its own standard. So that all private high schools would be subject to that standard.
Right. Yeah. To the city attorney and/or staff, then, if we uphold the recommendation of for each 3 students, it says in here, and is it in fact students or people using the facility? In other words, where in the calculation comes staff and maintenance, or?
Well, the calculation is actually 2 spaces per classroom and 1 space for each full-time student.
Okay.
That is deemed to cover it, and that would include staff.
So if they were to grow from 100 to 150, then would their requirement for parking go up proportionally?
We would, well...
Kurt, can you move your microphone over?
Sorry. We would not have the ability to go back to subsequent, retroactively impose that requirement.
But suppose that's what we approved, that was a condition.
I'm not, it raises an issue, which is a little different because we've never had really something like this where you have a transient population.
Yeah.
I mean, you have a restaurant that's based on number of seats and,
right.
Fixed in an auditorium, so I would have to think about that a little bit. I mean, I'd defer to city attorney. He may have a comment.
Well, the parking standard for any use is established based upon the maximum capacity of
right.
that use. I mean, if it's a restaurant, it's not a situation where it's going to take us a few years to get up to capacity, so we're going to ratchet up the parking. Whatever the maximum use of that facility is, whether it's a high school, a daycare, that's where the standard is established.
And that's why I ask, because normally when we approve something, it's not for the beginning population, it's for the ultimate capacity.
In just that brief time I had to think, I thought a little bit more about it. I believe that the standard would still apply because we've looked at the space that they have, and we've looked at the parking spaces available. I think from an occupancy point of view, they are pretty much at capacity. I think they could go to a maximum of 117 total in that building. So you would be within 10 persons.
Okay.
So without going over that 10, I don't, which would be a, fire code violation and as well as others. So I think the site could be accommodated, but
okay.
Yeah. If it were in a different location where expansion were available, then we would normally require at the time of building permit issuance for whatever retrofit the additional parking.
Any other comments? from the council?
I'd rather just meet until after public comment.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll go ahead.
I would too.
You wanna?
Are you Ernie?
Yeah.
Okay, Ernie.
I'm going to leave this, your eyes are like mine, so.
Okay, thanks.
Good evening. I'm Ernie Silva. I'm a school planning consultant working with Nueva Visión. I'm going to set up the issue that's been identified because it's one issue. I'm going to try and I think it's really a simple issue. You're going to hear from folks on the school's board of directors. You're going to hear from parents. You're going to hear about how important this school is to the community. All I want to do is talk to you very briefly about this the planning issue itself. The table that you have, you've heard, Nueva Visión Academy is a charter high school of 100 students at 640 Carroll Drive. That's the Pizza Guys site. There will be up to 8 staff members. This is a temporary site for this school. The plans are to build a more complete facility within the next 2 years. As Kurt explained, the school submitted a building permit application. The city staff identified that this is consistent with zoning. The issue is there isn't a parking standard for a school use in this zone, and your zoning code says the city can develop best available practices to develop an appropriate standard. Kurt and his staff went through that and came up with the Stockton standard, the 2 spaces per each of its 7 classrooms plus an additional space for every 6 full-time students. Anyway, under that standard, they're asking for 31 spots. We don't have 31 spots. We have 19 spots. The table that I've passed around to you, and you've probably seen in the materials, identifies a number of other parking standards that could have been applied. What we're asking for is not the easy ones. Lodi and West Sacramento actually would give you a different conclusion than the city attorney reached. They'd give you the ability to decide on a use-by-use basis, not a site-by-site basis, but a specific use at a specific site. In addition, Dixon, Rancho Cordova, Elk Grove, Ripon, Lathrop, and Grass Valley all have specific numeric parking standards that you could adopt tonight that would allow the school to operate and to serve the families that need the help. What we're really asking for very specifically is to adopt the standard at Lathrop and Grass Valley. That standard is 1 space for each employee and 1 space for every 10 students. That ends up at 18. We've got 19. At the Planning Commission hearing, the owners of the Pizza Guys restaurant came up and talked about this issue. And Kurt addressed this idea of two users of parking spaces that are there at different times. There's fancy planning names for it. You don't need the fancy planning names or the consultants. You know that Pizza Guys is not operating heavily during school hours. They're operating heavily at dinner time when people are ordering pizzas. So there will be additional space. In addition, if you think about that Pizza Guys site, it's outside. It's kind of the edge of town. It's surrounded by vacant land, and there is space. It's not like Stockton in the middle of some highly urbanized area. There's still room out there. And the final thing I wanted to cover was, why should we do something special for this school? What the standard that we're asking for, I think there's a number of specific reasons, specific factual circumstances in the record that would allow you to do something different than staff has recommended. One, these students are 9th and 10th graders and mostly ineligible to drive. Second, it's a temporary site, not to exceed 2 years. The school folks are going to tell you that the plan is to either move everybody out of there within the 2 years, or at least to move, because they recognize the parking issue, to move the 11th and 12th graders to an alternative site. And third, the school has adopted a transportation plan that includes discouraging 10th grade students from driving, providing rides to students to reduce parking demand, and most importantly, assigning adult traffic monitors at the beginning and ending of the school day to ensure proper use of parking in that area. As I mentioned at the Planning Commission, the fourth factual circumstance was presented, and that's that Pizza Guys has 4 spaces available on this planning term, staggered use basis, that would also allow some flexibility at that site. What we, again, are asking for simply. And you're going to hear a lot of passion and a lot of education and a lot of community involvement here. But the thing that you have authority, as your city attorneys explained to you, is to authorize this 1 for 10 and 1 for every employee standard to be used for this school. That's what we're asking for, and you'll hear from board members and community members on this. Thank you.
I want to ask a question, actually, of our city attorney on what you've just said. What I'm hearing him say is he's asking for us to do a special ruling on this ordinance for this only. But what I thought I heard you say was the decision we make on this will affect future projects.
In other words,
What you would be doing is establishing a standard for high schools grade 9 through 12. And so what I understood is that there's a request that you utilize a different standard, the Lathrop and Grass Valley standard. If you utilize it, it's not the standard for Nuevo Vision. It is the standard for high schools within this community. Because remember, there's not a permit before you for a specific development project where you would typically impose conditions. What you're doing is there's a blank essentially in your zoning code as it relates to parking standards for this type of use. And so what you're doing is you're establishing that parking standard for this type of use.
But then I also heard that high schools, public high schools, could choose not to go by this standard.
That's correct. So the standard, which essentially fills the blank in the zoning code, only applies to those high schools that are subject to our zoning code.
So they would be basically private.
Basically private high schools, yes.
Okay.
Could the council make a determination tonight to make this if we chose to go with the appeal, could we make this the new requirement for high schools grade 9 to 10 instead of 9 to 12? Because it seems like a lot of the contention seems to revolve around the fact that the city isn't quite sure this school would vacate the site in 2 years when they begin to service students that are 11th and 12th grade that are of driving age and would require additional parking spaces.
You could do that, but the issue or the difficulty is in enforcing what age students are within a particular school from year to year. And so you need to be able to establish a standard that is readily enforceable by your staff, which is why if you look at any of the examples that have been passed out or in the staff report, they don't relate to the age of the children or whether or not there's a percentage of kids that drive. It relates to something that is very easily verifiable and enforceable, and it's items like number of employees, total number of students, things that make it easy for us to go in, know what the count is, and determine whether or not our zoning code is being complied with.
Well, actually, the example from the city of Rancho Cordova actually spells out that at least one space for each employee and one parking space for every 3 students in the 11th and 12th grade, or at least one parking space for every 3 seats in the auditorium, stadium, whichever is greater. So they're already enforcing an ordinance that clearly outlines 11th and 12th grade.
But I believe that they're using that as a basis for parking because typically those are the licensed drivers. My research indicates that about 5% of your 10th graders are licensed drivers. However, this standard then acknowledges who are the licensed drivers, and they base that standard. Using that standard and projecting it onto this facility would result in approximately 25 parking spaces required for the school. And that's an assumption that there would be an equal division of students throughout the school, 25, 25, 25. You have to remember that the charter, or their charter has expired, they don't have one, if they can secure an additional or a new charter, they're required to provide 9, 10 the first year, and then it is to go to 11 and then 12th grade. So you will have 11th and 12th graders, assuming they don't vacate the site in 2 years. The city would have no ability to enforce them to relocate. Once they are in, they are in. So whatever standard you establish, and that is what staff's concern was, that you need to look at grades 9 to 11, not just grades 9 and 10. I'm sorry, Carol, go ahead.
If I could, to the people who are going to speak, I fully understand the need in the community, and the last speaker mentioned we're going to hear about the need, but we aren't ruling on the need tonight, so I would hope you would direct your issues to the point we're ruling on tonight, which is the parking and the safety thereof and the kids and the rest. So again, you're free to say anything you want to say, but use your time, I would at least ask you to use your time to talk about the parking issue. I think we all understand the need for education, and particularly for these kids you're interested in. So
I'm glad Councilmember Claire pointed that out. One of my big fears about having this discussion was that this was going to turn into something other than a parking situation. The fact of the matter is the City of Galt and its City Council is not tasked with deciding whether a charter is valid for a charter school. All that we're talking about tonight is parking. That's it. Right. The charter situation is going to go to the Board of Education, which is outside of our control.
Okay, yeah, and our attorney pointed that out, but if you'd still like to speak, Liz will call the names off.
Okay, Anthony Ortiz.
Good evening. I'm a little under the weather today, so pardon me with the way I speak tonight. Congratulations to the new members. Welcome back to the old members. Let me first start by telling you who I am and what my involvement with the organization is, as well as with the community. I am a resident of Galt. I've been in Galt for over 7 years, and I love the city of Galt. I'm very happy to live here. I'm proud to live in Galt. I'm involved in a lot of the extracurricular activities. I coach soccer for under 6 boys, under 8 girls. Coach 2nd and 3rd grade basketball. My wife coaches Special Olympics for basketball as well as soccer. So we are very well invested in this community. We are very proud to live in Galt. I'm also over 10 years I've been a deputy district attorney in Sacramento County. I've worked on several issues with the chief as well as other members of the community. Lastly, dealing with Measure R, dealing with gangs, or because of my involvement with the gang unit at the DA's office. So I do have some background with some of the needs of this community, and I do understand that the city, as well as more importantly the high school, is really falling short with its at-risk youth. The dropout rate is at a high, and I believe the test scores are falling. And that's what this school is aimed to address. I first became involved with the Community Resource Project, which Nueva Visión is a part of, several years ago as a DA, trying to address several issues in South Sacramento. And working with the organization, I've learned a lot about the organization, and it's a very credible organization. The reason I say that is because my assumption is a lot of the council members don't know the organization and aren't familiar with it. This is a very credible organization. It has reached out into health, youth, energy, and several other areas. But it's a very stable and very well-run organization. And I think it would be a misfortune for this city to not welcome this organization with open arms. It's been mentioned all night tonight about the economy and how the city itself is suffering from the economic impact. And how often has it been that an organization has come to this city and said, free of charge, we want to come help you? When is the last time that a charter school has come to this city? We talk about we're setting a standard for charter schools, not for public schools, for charter schools. When was the last time a charter school has applied and wanted to become a part of the city? I don't know of it, and I don't know how long it will take for another one to come along. I know this organization. I think the city should take this opportunity. And the reason why I know when you say that it comes down to parking, but your decision is based on what you believe to be the right thing. And your decision here, I think, as Ernesto pointed out earlier, is do we need to adopt the stringent standard that has been put forward, one that's been adopted by the city of Stockton, when the city of Stockton is nothing like the city of Galt. The population of Galt, the city of Stockton doesn't compare to the population of the city of Galt. Well, when you look at other cities that do, like Lathrop, like Grass Valley, even Elk Grove, we could adopt that standard, and the school could come in and there would be no issue. So the question is, in regards to your about the parking, it does matter in regards to what this organization would do, what the school is meant to serve. You know, when you look at the city of Galt, this is I think a resource that is very much needed in this community. And like I said before, I think it's a great opportunity for the city to reach its hand out to another organization that wants to help. That doesn't need to help, but wants to help the at-risk youth in our community. And hopefully our city will take that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yolanda Benson.
Good evening. Thank you. I know it's getting late, and I promise to stay under my 5 minutes. I'm Yolanda Benson, and I am on the board of directors for the Community Resource Project, and my background is in economic development. I worked for Governor Schwarzenegger for 4 years, recently left the administration as his legislative secretary, as well as the deputy secretary for jobs, economic development, and trade. So understanding where the community developer is coming from, I very much work with those kinds of people. I'm now a lobbyist and a consultant and work in Sacramento. However, I do live close by, don't live in Galt, but close by. And it is a parking situation, and you do have an opportunity tonight, even though it is strictly about parking. It is parking for something that will be very valuable to this community. I have been a part of Community Resource Project now as they're on their board for over 5 years. We have served incredibly high numbers of people in the impoverished and areas of hard-to-reach communities, including in several counties, not just Sacramento. And every place where we are able to take a project, it's about collaboration and building coalitions and bringing solutions. That has happened in Sacramento County, not only with law enforcement, but with the business community, as well as other organizations who have joined together to bring answers and solutions. So it really is about wanting to partner with you. We want to get started on the right foot at reaching at-risk youth. But more than that, to be a part of your community, because we are going to be a part of you, and it does matter that the parking space ordinance please be moved forward, because we believe that there will be incredible value to your community by understanding that how you rule tonight on that parking space will make the difference of what can happen in this community. So I know it is a parking space issue, and we do want to leave it at that, but it is a parking space for something that will really create a better future and really work with the community that is especially diverse in Galt. And thank you so much, and appreciate that you do move this forward and adopt an ordinance that would allow such a partnership to begin. Thank you.
Yolanda, I have a question for you. Have you worked with any other charter schools, you know, getting one set up and going? And
no, I have not been a part of setting up, although I have been a part of that kind of policy for the governor. The governor has felt very strongly, as you know, on charter schools. I have worked in the legislature with Superintendent O'Connell when he actually put the legislation forth to develop charter schools. So I have been involved with the issue, although I don't consider myself a charter school or education expert.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Anna Maria Benker.
Good evening. My name is Anna Maria Benker, and I'm a resident of the city of Galt, which I'm very proud of it. We love to live here with my family, and I moved from the state of Washington here, and we really love this city. I've been working with the community of Galt for 5 years in regards to ministry with different churches in the city of Galt. I'm being involved with Nueva Visión Academy, not in a very deep level, but I've been seeing the way they are so passionate about working with the community and giving the opportunity to our people to be able to have a better education. And honestly, it really detaches my heart to see these people coming from Sacramento, like Maestro Rosendo and Luisa Perez and Maestra Alicia, that they know the background, where they're coming from, and they know what our kids, students need to be able to have a better education. And like we go all bound to the bottom, there is a parking space issue, but most of it, I feel personally that like we said, the parking space, it can be changed, the stipulation for it, because of the need that we have in the community to be able to not see our kids on the streets anymore, and to be able to be given the opportunity to them to have better education. The families that come into this country in regards to the students is a lack of communication, because the students are coming to this country, the parents to this country with a different background and a different culture. The students are born here and they're citizens of here, and they don't have the opportunity to communicate to their parents, to be able to link together, to be able to have the education that they need. The parents cannot help them. So these people are coming from Sacramento, that, like I said, Maestro Rosendo and Alicia and Luisa and all of them, that they are willing to help, and their heart is in it. And I just feel like if we as the City of Galt open the doors for them and trying to help them, because it's an opportunity for them. So we go basis to parking, but we go to people, we go to the students, we go to the kids, that we don't want to see them anymore on the streets, and we don't want to see them anymore working in restaurants and just passing by with their education. We know that our nation, it was one of the number ones in education. Now it's in the number 65. Why? Because the level of education is so way behind that that is not there anymore, and they're trying to help them to be able to get back to that point. So basically, that's what I wanted to share with you, all of you, and because I know I've been with the families. I've been working with the families for 5 years, and I know the need that it is for them to be able to have the opportunity to open the doors for them, for this school. I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maricela Monterrubio Gallegos.
Good evening. My name is Maricela Monterrubio Gallegos. I'm a U.S. citizen, a taxpayer, a resident of Galt, and a retired manager with Hewlett Packard Company. My husband and I, we moved from San Francisco about 5 years ago, and we chose Galt to be the place where we wanted to retire. I am here to talk to you in favor of the new school, Nueva Visión Academy, to open with the for you to approve the existing parking space now available. MBA is going to be a new small school, and I'm going to talk about the need, and so you please excuse me. It's going to be a new small school that is going to offer quality education for those students who have fallen between the cracks of our current educational system here in Galt, or who are in danger of dropping out of school. You and I know that Galt schools have a terrible dropout rate in the country. Statistics tell us that schools that have dropouts get involved in gangs, crimes, drugs, and violence. Just today, there's an article in the Sacramento Bee, and I took the liberty of making copies for you in case you have not had the opportunity to read it. In that article, it talks specifically about the issue of gangs here in Galt. And Officer Bruce Ramos here in Galt talks about the explosion of violence since the year 2000 here in Galt. As you may know, The voters rejected the state initiative to give money for gangs prevention, so we don't have the money that will help us with that issue. We can keep our community safe by keeping our kids out of trouble, and NVA will help change that. And our goal at the NVA is to embrace those students and give them the necessary tools so that they can too be contributors to our society and not liability. I had the opportunity to raise 3 children, and none of my kids, and I don't know of many kids who get a license, on a car, the freshman and sophomore grades. So I don't think that parking, should prevent our city from keeping it safe. We should allow this school to open, and I urge you to put our kids first and not parking spaces. Because when when we help our kids to achieve the full potential in our communities and stay out of trouble, then everybody benefits. The whole community benefits. So I really urge you to approve the parking space issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Dr. Herman Gallegos?
Good evening. By way of introduction, I'm a retired corporate director of AT&T, not a staff member, but a corporate director. I was on the boards of telecoms for over 30 years, board of Union Bank of California, the Student Loan Marketing Association. I've served 3 presidents, including a delegate to the United Nations. And I also served as a member of the San Francisco Police Commission. I'm here tonight because I know what happens when we have school dropouts. We pay for it with higher policing, more crime, and more gangs. And unfortunately, we know that communities of color are suffering because they're not learning in school. The dropout rate is horrendous. 1 is too many. I was appalled when I went to the last Planning Commission meeting to speak to hear your planning officer say that best practices meant going to Stockton to find out what they do. That's not comparable to Galt. We have a good set of minds here that could make a better decision about what our parking should be. There was no ordinance that was available, so hence the staff were making it up as they went along. But now you have the opportunity to resolve this, at least temporarily. I've not heard council say that once fixed, it's forever fixed in concrete. You could say that the academy, the charter school, can go forward. And I might add, and I'm sorry your staff person isn't here, I was also appalled because when the staff went to him and presented a number of options as to sites, they were not acceptable, but on first blush he said, this looks like an acceptable site. So they went ahead and signed the contract. And then he said, no, it's not acceptable. And now we find ourselves in a situation where we're trying to back out or figure out a way to solve it. They didn't create the problem. Your planning people created the problem. And I think we have to solve it because here's the charter school that has come forward to try to provide the funds and resources to help solve a very important issue. And I was very, very pleased, and I congratulate you on the way in which you sought to deal with the boys and girls school problem. I think you are to be congratulated for that. Obviously the problem wasn't solved, but you found an interim possibility for solving it. And I think that what we're asking for is the possibility of finding a solution to allow this charter school to go forward. Every child that drops out of school is in greater danger of becoming a gang member or of losing they're going to waste their minds. I don't think I need to tell you that. So ladies and gentlemen, let me say to you, this charter is available. And finally, I would only say to you, I've spent my life fighting racism and discrimination. As a member of a board of directors of a corporation, you're there to share the interests of all the shareholders and all the stakeholders. As a delegate to the United Nations, I was there to represent all the citizens of the United States of America, not a special interest to one group. And I have to tell you this, that this school is concerned with serving everyone. Yes, there will be many Latino students going there because they need it most, but it's open to everyone. And I would not support it if indeed it was self-segregated or only serving one group. So I plead with you, please find a solution to this bureaucratic problem, which the school did not create. Your planning commission created the problem. I think we need to find a healthy solution for this community so our community can be safer and healthier. Thank you and congratulations to all of you.
Louise Perez.
Good evening. My name is Louise Perez, and I am the Executive Director for Community Resource Project and the petitioner for Nueva Visión Academy. I'm here this evening basically to talk about the parking issue. You've heard from all the some of the supporters that we've had from our community, and there are many, many more supporters out there, many of whom were here earlier and had to leave because they had small children. And many of the ones that were part of Boys and Girls Clubs are parents that we have worked with as well in this charter initiative. But let me just tell you that this has been an effort that we have embarked on over the last 5 years. I think we've been at this for 5 years, trying to get this charter up and running. Our barrier at this point in time is parking. It is no more and no less than that. If we could move this issue beyond what it is right now and get this parking resolved, you will make this community extremely happy. We will be able to go back and begin to plan for the school year. I have given assurances to your planning department that it is our intent to move the school in 2 years. We truly believe that even as soon as we close this discussion, and hopefully be able to move on, and we're retrofitting the school in order for us to open up in September, we immediately need to embark in finding another facility. We did a couple of things that I think are important for you to understand. One is that when we finally landed on this piece of property, it was because it was the only piece of property that was left to us that met the zoning requirements. Every other property would have required us to get a waiver from you that we were told would take anywhere from 6 months to a year in order for us to do it. So those properties just became truly not, we were not able to even deal with those properties. The only property, and I want to repeat that, the only property in this community was this piece of property that we could actually put this school in. We recognized early on when we saw this property that this was not the ideal piece of property for a high school. Not just because of parking. Parking was not even part of our consideration of why it was not adequate. We believe we need greater facilities. We know that we want to offer a broader spectrum of offerings in the school. There's a lot of other things that we want to do in this particular high school. And this property just doesn't lend itself for that. So what we've done is come up with an interim in order to get it going, work with the city, and that's the reason why we really want to have a working relationship. I was asked on more than one occasion, if you don't approve this, what's the next step? I don't even want to go there. My thing is to try to work with this community. I truly believe that collaborations work best. Partnerships are the way to go. And I don't believe being adversaries is going to get this community where it needs to be. And certainly our parents are not going to be well served by it. So what we're looking for is to try to open up the school, try to work with this community, and try to figure out where would be the best location. You mentioned Fairside as a potential for Boys and Girls Club. We have already approached the elementary school district when we found out that it was closing its doors to see if there is a possibility of us looking at that piece of property in order to put the high school with a lot of other community services that we offer. As you know, we run the WIC program here in the city. We do all the energy programs.
for the counties of Sacramento. We're the only provider of energy programs for the low-income community. We pay utility bills, we do all of that, but we do it out of the Sacramento office. We don't do it here. We'd like to extend those services here, and we'd like to offer more of those services in this community. We just don't have the ability to do it unless we have bases of support. The parents were the ones that approached us when we were looking at, when we set up the WIC operations here. They were the ones that approached us and said, would you help us? We really need something more than what our regular high school is offering by way of a school. Now, traditionally, Hispanic parents or Latino parents are accused of not having an interest in their child's education. That education is the furthest thing from their mind, that they don't get the support in schools, they don't show up for meetings, they don't do this, they don't do that. I want you to know that these parents that are sitting out here have been with us for 5 years. And their support even becomes more passionate and more supportive. And not just these, but many more that are not here this evening. We had 100 parents sign their children up for school in this NVA until we ran into this parking problem. So this is a real issue. If we can get beyond the parking, I think there's a lot of other things that we can do and we can work on. And I want you to know that as much as I know that there's, that there's nothing on the line or whatever, I truly believe that people are only the worth of their word. My father always used to say, that if you give your word, you have to live up to it, because that's the only thing you take with you, and I truly believe that.
Your time's up. Thank you for your comments.
Well, may I wrap it up just really quickly, if I may? Thank you. I just want you to know that if we can move, and if you could see it, to be able to approve this parking space, I promise you that we will not be there beyond the 2 years that we have signed this lease agreement for. We're already into our first year. We're going to be setting up the school. We have 2 years of operation if we open up. We need to start looking for another facility and another site immediately. We are not looking for something that would be in that particular facility for a very long time. And so I just want you to know that you have my guarantee on that.
Thank you.
Ma'am? Come back up to the podium, I think.
Thank you.
Sure.
If I get a couple, when do you intend to open at this time?
It would be in September of next year.
Of 2009.
2009.
2009. And then you would operate 2 years from then, or 2 years from now, you're saying?
2 years, exactly.
From
2009, it's the school year 2009, 2010, 2010, 2011.
Okay. And just out of curiosity, who owns the property you're leasing from?
Pizza, it's a pizza guys.
You know who owns?
Corporate.
That's what I was going to ask.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. And then your 100 students, how do they get to school?
Oh, we are looking at providing limited transportation.
Meaning?
Bus. We have a mini van.
So your intention would be to pick up all of them, half of them?
We don't know yet because we don't know where the students would be coming from at this point in time. We had 100 signed up, but we have to start that process all over again.
Okay. And have you considered the land to the south of there for extra parking? There's a vacant lot right now.
Well, yes, we have, and we've been in contact with the owners. What we're not sure of, and we'd be willing to talk to the city in order for us to look at that possibility, but we're not sure if the infrastructure has to be put in, like the curbs and all of that. I mean, that becomes cost prohibitive for 2 years. I mean, that just doesn't make a lot of sense, and that's one of the concerns we have.
Okay. And well, that's fine for now. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Rodney Stanhope.
I didn't plan to speak on this, but I just got to say that I'm extremely excited about tonight. Let's think about something here. The police needed money. We voted for Measure R. Senior Project needed money from the city of Galt. You guys approved it. The Boys and Girls Club need money. We're looking at approving it. Nueva Vision, I guess, needs no money. We're talking about 12 spaces here, is the difference we're talking about. The council has an opportunity tonight to make an immediate ruling allowing this project to move forward. With everything happening in the world, the country, the state, the county, and here in Galt, I think this is amazing. Delta Greens, Measure R, water treatment plant, transportation issues, C Street, Twin Cities, Boys and Girls Club, gangs, graffitis, parks and rec, flea market, We have 1,000 things going on. I'd urge you guys, this is a pretty simple one. Give them their 12 space difference and let them move forward with this. I think what this offers the community is amazing. I am absolutely excited about this. Thank you.
Ron Brzezinski.
Mr. newly appointed mayor and members of the council, my name is Ron Grudzinski. I'm standing before you tonight as representative of the property owner for this project. To clarify something so you understand it, there are three entities. You've heard the term Pizza Guys. Pizza Guys is a franchise operation. Pizza Guys is also baked pizza delivery stores, and the property owners here are the people that created the Pizza Guys chain of baked pizza delivery stores. So you have three entities. We'll use the term Pizza Guys. You'll cover all the entities. Pizza Guys happens to be a tenant in their own structure at that location. My relationship with Pizza Guys has gone over a number of years. I was the individual that helped them acquire this site. I'm a licensed California real estate broker. Coincidentally, also I'm a licensed B1 contractor. I'm also a former planning director, so I've sat in this gentleman's chair at one time. And I spent 40 years speaking before planning commissions and city councils on issues such as this. I also happen to represent both Nueva Visión and CRP as the broker on behalf of their lease at this location. We'll answer some of your questions regarding that. And I also represent the landlord. I also sit at the present time as property manager for this project, so I can cover a number of bases. Hopefully we'll get all those answers done for you this evening. First, you've already had comment made by other people, and I'm not going to rehash everything, but there are certain things that are important for you to consider, which you already understand. You're not a question of use tonight. You've heard other comments from the audience regarding their need for this type of facility. From a planning standpoint and a city council standpoint, the general plan designates this as highway commercial. It was zoned by the city council, maybe not the members that are here, but the city council zoned this as highway commercial. Charter High School was allowed as use, and at the time we were contacted by CRP, Community Resources Project, I asked those specific questions because on behalf of my clients, I want to know this before we enter into a lease or a contract binding anybody at that location. In this instance, I'm serving two masters. It's called dual agency. CRP was my client as well as the landlord being my client. So I have to make sure these are blended and that we're according to code. During that process, I was advised of certain facts. Number one, CRP, and then we contact, I believe it was in probably August of this past year. They said, we have to move rapidly. We have a limited time to get our charter in place. We have to have a binding lease. How fast can you move? I said, well, let's get moving. So we accomplished that. We asked the question, what about use? We knew it was allowed use in the zoning code, and I specifically asked the question, are there any standards, I don't mean of the staff, but of CRP, because it's their responsibility to find out. What about parking? Because we were concerned about parking. When I say we, I mean Pizza Guys operationally in that center. We may be considerate of public purpose and helping people achieve their purpose, but at the same time, that use has to function, and function it does under the code. The center was built according to all contemporary codes, and we meet every code that we know of applying to that center. We asked the question about parking, and were assured by CRP that they had their blessings from the staff that they were going to proceed. And I'm not laying this as a groundwork in any way to criticize Mr. Campion or his staff. I'm giving you a track record of where we proceeded. We then signed a lease. CRP proceeded because we know we had to move extremely rapidly. They went to City Hall. In fact, I had asked the question, I don't know if you can get this done. We've got like 60 days, and excuse me, I used to sit in government. Government works rather slowly sometimes, and I didn't think they could accomplish it. I said, do you have your ducks lined? Is everything settled at City Hall so we can get this done? You can move through it? They said yes. Not pointing any fingers, I'm just telling you we moved rather rapidly. We got to the point of the question coming up on the parking, and that's when it stopped, because we were hoping to have this facility open this past September. Now, without discussing any details of the lease, because that's the private information of CRP as a tenant and also my landlord, I will tell you that the lease that was written here, to confirm some statements that were made to you, was a 3-year lease. And without violating any confidentiality, there is no option clause written into that lease. There's no intention to extend. CRP had made a decision. They said, hey, this is temporary. We're going to be here this long. We looked at the opportunity and said, fine, the youth will not conflict with what we're doing. We can accomplish them. We negotiated a favorable lease to them, and we proceeded with the project to move as rapidly as possible so they could establish the facility. We knew in economic times this was a smart use to put in here on an interim time frame and proceed with the project. We then got to the point of parking.
Can you wrap it up?
I sure can, very quickly. From the parking standards, we have to I will raise a question regarding the parking standards. When I look at the similarities from your chart that was used by the Planning Commission and the City Council, the one element missing from this chart is a definition of population for each of the towns that were used. I'm going to take 4 of them very rapidly. The City of Lathrop, 17,500. The City of Ripon, 14,000. Rancho Cordova is 61,000, Elk Grove 131,000. Now I draw a similarity in towns and sizes and conditions. A small community on a freeway that may have a focus surrounded by agricultural land. That's City of Galt at 24,000. It raised a question in my mind why the staff decided to choose a city of 286,000 bisected by 2 freeways as a major port on the West Coast, international port, including 1 major university, a large community college, and a major regional center. I did not see a similarity between that city and, let's say, the City of Lakewood or the City of Galt. Bottom line is simply this. In looking at the standards that have been proposed, you as a council, as your council had said to you, can vary from that standard. If you choose to adopt a standard, I would personally recommend that you use either the City of Lathrop or Grass Valley. I'll wrap this up very quickly. This particular use, CRP and NVA are trying to do good works. There's no question about that. You'll take that into account yourself. They own a permanent site. They need a temporary facility and time to build that permanent site. We entered into a negotiation with them to a lease to give them that opportunity. They have 2 years left on that lease. Will they be there beyond that? Not because we don't have an option. Now, there's nothing that said they couldn't approach us and propose that, but the landlord's intention here wasn't to extend it beyond 3 years. I'm not saying that couldn't happen. There's no guarantee, and I'm not using weasel words. But CRP came forward and did not ask for an option extending that lease. It's a commitment that they will only be there given a given amount of time. From our standpoint, we believe the parking is adequate. The landlord is not going to commit business suicide. If we thought there was a problem with having that charter high school within that center to restrict their business, we wouldn't have entered into the negotiation. We believe that the parking standards applied to that provides 24 parking spaces. Of the 3 towns that I mentioned, Ripon, Lathrop, and I believe Rancho Cordova, the maximum parking space required there was 18 parking spaces. We've got 24 on site. That's 6 extra. Provides more than enough parking for both uses. Last item. Through all this discussion, the parking is overlapped. Nueva Vision opens their high school at 8 o'clock in the morning. We don't have anybody on site for the Pizza Guy store till about 10:30, 11 o'clock. They have complete use of all of the parking spaces that are there. That's your heaviest traffic period, so they're not going to be overloading the streets or anything else. Comes Pizza Guy's operation, 60% of Pizza Guy's business is delivery. It's not people coming to the store. 40% may come to the store, and that's at dinner time. They're out of school at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so you've only got a 2 to 3 hour overlap midday when that may happen. In this particular situation, I don't think you have a problem. Remember that all parking standards, which are applied to any specific use, from an engineering standpoint, and I worked as a transportation planning specialist for the State of Michigan Highway Department as well, which is akin to Caltrans here. Every parking standard has a built-in redundancy. don't simply think that because we have numbers that that's going to be saturation parking. The parking standards that applies here, even the ones that differ from what Mr. Campion has said, have a certain amount of surplus space in it so people can come in, move around, park, transport. You don't have a solidly packed shopping center. In this instance, I think that the standards of Lathrop, if applied here, would be sufficient. In this particular, thank you for your time. I'm sorry.
I'm glad you summarized that.
Thank you. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to attempt to answer them.
Any questions from council?
No.
No?
Thank you.
Any questions for staff?
I do.
Okay, Barbara?
The chief isn't here, but regarding this parking issue, just suppose they had parked in the street or someplace they weren't supposed to. What would happen? Would Stan come and haul them off? Would the police give them a ticket? What are the consequences if they don't, or if they have more cars than they have parking spaces?
If you park out of space, you get a ticket.
Okay.
I mean, you can't put 20 cars in 19 spaces. Somebody's going to get a citation. That's what will happen.
So there is some repercussion if they break the rules.
I have a question. Is there parking allowed out there on the street? I thought, Kurt, you said there was limited parking, but I don't know how much parking there is. And wait a minute, and how long can I park there? Can I go over, get my car washed, leave a car there, get pizza, go to the ATM, and leave my car parked there for 2 hours or for 4?
I don't think
It doesn't really say there's. I know that I went by there and there's a bike lane there, but it looks like you could park a car there, you know, or
Yeah, on the curbside and in the front.
Yes.
Yes, on street. That's correct. That I don't think that there's any time limit out there.
okay. Do you know what those spaces are available there?
No.
I mean, it's 2 or 3 or it's 6, or I'm just curious.
I really don't know. We
Okay. No, I didn't mean to throw you off. I just wondered if we looked at that when we were doing all this.
No, we
Sorry.
we had looked and pretty much focused on what the requirements should be for off-street parking. So.
Sorry, Vice Mayor. Go ahead. I jumped in there.
Oh, no, that's okay. Well, the other thing I would just throw out there, we just had a meeting of our unmet transit needs, and we do have another option too. We have our own bus system that you could also use. You know, it costs you some money, but it would be available. So that is a possible way to meet your transportation needs.
Kurt, is there any other issues that are considered with other cities when they create the standards that have been provided to us?
Yeah, I wanted to respond to a few of Mr. Kaczynski's comments, and one of them is, you know, whether it appears that there's a problem in looking at the standard that's utilized in Stockton. If you were to take and on these 2 sheets and delete the city's name, I don't think that you could make a distinction as to what city it goes to. Each city determines on its own what its parking standards are to be. It doesn't have anything to do with population. It doesn't have anything to do with the number of universities or schools in that particular jurisdiction. It is up to the jurisdiction to determine what appears to be appropriate for off-street parking. As you can see, it goes from very little to very high. And staff's attempt was to look at what is a reasonable application of a standard for the city of Galt. It doesn't have anything to do with proximity to the city of Galt. It doesn't have anything really to do whether it's in a mountainous community or in a valley community. These are a set of standards, and if you got rid of the name of the city, I'll bet 9 out of 10 you could not match up what the standard is to the city by using some of the issues that were spoke about tonight, which are population and universities and so forth. The other issue is, and I know that there was a comment made that staff indicated that this site was fine as an operation for the school's operation. Ms. Perez had come in and talked with the associate planner, Arias. he had indicated that, and she had looked at she was looking at 3 different sites, one at Market Street, one in Old Town, and this particular site. She had requested land use plans for the one on Market Street in the downtown. The one on Market Street would have worked, and I believe that is the one he spoke to her about and said that, yes, that one is good. When he talked about the one on Carroll, he only talked the zoning. Parking was not an issue discussed. This issue arose on about July 30th when I met Ms. Perez at the counter and indicated to her that parking was an issue at that site. That was almost 2 weeks before any building permit had been submitted. So that was in July, well in advance of apparently when they entered into a lease agreement, and we weren't aware of that. We advised Ms. Perez of the issue of parking as soon as we were able to, when she was seriously considering this site. And I think lastly, one of the issues here, and it's hard to grasp, this facility was built for a commercial standard, which is 4 parking spaces per 1,000. There's very little redundancy in that. I mean, generally a city will go 4 to 4.5 spaces per 1,000 on commercial type development. It wasn't designed for a school. So basically you have a use that is allowed use, but generally when you look at uses that are allowed in a zoning code or in a zoning district, a lot of times that's contemplating new development. So you establish that standard, that a standard would be built and accommodated on an existing site. Here you have an existing building with existing parking, and you're trying to accommodate a minimum number of students and staff in a particular area, and that, I think, is what has created some of the problems. In the past, and I get the feeling that maybe staff hasn't been cooperative, or that's the impression. Staff has worked very close with CRP over the years. Since 2004, we have worked with them on their site at 6th Street. We worked through a site plan approval on that one. However, unfortunately, it did expire. They resubmitted again this year, but we have had no activity since about February. That was the last letter that we sent on a comment letter for the same site. So there are other alternatives, and I know that they had been pursuing that one. Unfortunately, we simply haven't heard from them.
So has CRP at any time provided you a letter of request providing you the details of their particular situation, such as the location, parking, zoning, etc., in which you would have responded in a letter telling them that it would have been acceptable or unacceptable?
No.
Under any circumstances? Because
the only correspondence came after my, I believe, August 26th letter to Ms. Perez after the building permit was submitted.
On the west side of the road, it's undeveloped.
That's correct.
I have to believe you can't park there. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, that's the site for the Holiday Inn.
No.
Side.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the same side as what the school wants to be put on there by Pizza Guys. As you go further south on the right side, it's also undeveloped. That too is undeveloped, right?
Correct.
So you can't really park in that area, can you?
Not legally. You can't use a dirt area for parking standards. There are, without getting into a whole lot of other details, but there are requirements to contain off-site drainage, has to go to an appropriate outfall. And that's all part of the NPDES permit, which Public Works manages.
Okay. Thank you.
Darryl, you have a comment?
Yeah, this is just one of those things. It's sort of like when your kids come to you and they say it's Wednesday night and they want to stay at Johnny's house, and you just have a bad feeling that maybe they ought to just stay home tonight. And that's just the sense I have that first off, let me tell you, I go in and out of that parking lot to your current tenant in the evening, I admit. And I worked in retail management for a number of years with Thrifty Drug Store, so I have a little experience with parking and capacity and all that. It looks great, and it's up to the pizza people, but my experience has been they park the very front parking spaces, and it must be a 280Z Nissan Club or something, but they all have the same type of car. I have trouble getting in and out of there now with 5 or 6 cars. I go there about every other week. 5 or 6 cars, he's trying to get in, he's trying to get out, and I just tell you, lived in this community long enough to know that it has nothing to do with the school. You try to move 100 people in and out of there, it's going to be a bad situation. And I promise you there'll be wrecks out on the street, there'll be rear-end collisions by people who've stopped blocking traffic when traffic's trying to move past that site and someone's trying to get in and out of it. Just, I'd be glad to make you a $1,000 bet that I'll be right. There'll be wrecks and there'll be other things, and that'll be the result. So, believing that, the question is, how do we solve that problem? I don't think ignoring that safety issue of inadequate parking is the way to solve the issue. Any more than if someone came and said, you know, we really need a school in the community, we just want you to ignore the building code and not require that the electrical covers be in place, because we're only going to be there for a year or two. To me, it's the same kind of a question. I don't believe parking's adequate. Even if we go from 3 to 2 to 1, it's not going to get you where you need. You need us to get to a lower standard. In fact, it's 3.7, I think. The other issue, I don't see the relevance of how big a city there is or isn't on the list. This is a site that has a parking problem. This site could be in the middle of a town of 1,000 people or 1 million people. This site and your need, I don't think, go together in parking. So that's why I said, one, have you talked to someone about parking to the south of there? What other ways could we deal with it? Can you arrange public transportation? Can you use our local transportation? Can we put something in an agreement that that's how the kids will get there? Go to any school. Go to the elementary school. People put their kids in their car and they drive them to school. Go to the high school. They just do. I can't believe your students, even though there's only 100 of them, that there aren't going to be a whole bunch of cars at starting time trying to get in and out of that parking lot. And what I fear will happen is they won't be able to. They know they can't. They don't want to get trapped inside and not be able to get out and be late to work. So the next thing we're going to have is people dropping kids across the street. And then they're going to walk across. There's no safety walk. You've seen the fog just the last couple of days. And then the chief's going to call me and say, now we got kids walking out on the street, no sidewalks. We had a little kid hit the other day. If the roles were reversed, and we've all done it, we've approved stop signs and crosswalks because the community came to us and said, how can you let our children be at risk? You're asking us to let you put children at risk. I can't do that. Not believing that this isn't going to work. So I can't vote for this tonight. I just can't. Not give you what you want. I'll be willing to continue it, try and find a way to solve it, try to find transportation for your students, try to find parking. I'll help you any way I can, but if we give you what you want tonight, I believe we will have accidents and injuries. I don't see any way to avoid it.
You know, when I came here tonight, when I looked at the issue, I really truly looked at it with an open mind, and I was very sympathetic in what you're trying to accomplish, because I can really appreciate it, especially when you're talking about going after at-risk kids. You know, so I'm very compassionate when you're talking about that, even though the issue is only about parking. And I also had a very close friend of mine who had talked to me, who is very much in support of the school. So she was very concerned about whether or not the city was blocking the school's ability to come in as a result of the parking. So I actually went through this issue. I'd read through it more than a couple of times. I wanted to make sure that as I looked at it, that I was fair, and I feel that I have been. I think Daryl's touched on some of the issues that I think are very important. Is that the issue of safety? I mean, when you look at the parking lot, and I'm very familiar, you've got an ATM machine in there. It's a very tight parking space, but you're also in an undeveloped area, and you don't have a drop-off curb. You have one way in and out of that parking lot. I can't imagine being able to get a bunch of school or a bunch of cars in there, much less a minivan or even a bus of any type. I think that it's going to be more problematic when it comes to safety. Those kids have no sidewalks to walk on the west side. I see that as being a real issue. And I understand everybody's compassion, and I really appreciate the fact that everybody came out and spoke in support of this, because you're trying to do something and you really believe in it. And I can understand that. But I think safety has to be a number one issue, and I don't think, as Daryl's already indicating, risking safety to approve the project is the right thing to do. And I'm really concerned about setting a precedent for other projects that may come in the future, not just yours, but others. I don't want to use this as a model. And Daryl's already indicated, and I agree with Daryl, we'll do anything we can to help you, if as far as busing the kids or whatever we can do. But this project in that location is just not going to fit. And I think it would deal with too many problems. And I agree. I'm like Daryl. I could not vote for this tonight. I'm sorry.
Any other comments from?
Actually, yeah, I have some comments. We keep talking about the fact that parking just isn't going to work in this location. Any of you that have gone to Pizza Guys, as Daryl has, knows that there probably isn't a single retailer that you could put next to Pizza Guys that would be able to operate functionally well with the parking situation the way that it is. It's just a poorly designed layout for parking. Just, it doesn't work quite right. I walked the parking lots of every single school in the city of Galt when I found out that this was going to be on the agenda. Not a single school in the city of Galt meets these restrictions that we're talking about imposing on this charter school. Not a single one. High school doesn't meet it. Middle school doesn't meet it. Not a single one of the elementary schools meet it. Most of them aren't even close. I really feel that we'd be setting a bad precedent tonight. I think that it's safe to say that the city of Galt should be creating a level playing field for public schools and charter schools. It's also fair to say that this group has done a lot of positive work in the city of Galt that can't be ignored. You know, we don't want to be making a decision tonight that could break the back of an organization that's done a lot of good work here in the city of Galt. The property has been vacant for a long time. There doesn't seem to be a market to add another retailer in there. So I don't see why the city of Galt would take an obstructionist viewpoint at this point and keep somebody from moving in and filling that location. So I will be supporting the appeal tonight based on those issues.
Barbara?
Well, I have to say that we were told that this is about parking and not to consider the impact that you're trying to make on our community and on our youth. But we are given a choice here in the restrictions that we're going to put on the parking. So it is important to consider what you're trying to do. And I think that how can we on one hand say we care about the youth, we care about the gangs, we care about the Boys and Girls Club on one hand, and then on the other hand say we're not going to work with you on this project. We're not going to be flexible as a city. I know that there's no way that you're not going to care as much about the safety of those kids as we are. And again, this has nothing to do with the school or with parking, but you know, this building has been vacant for a long time, and I look at all the vacancies that we have in our town, and I would like to see it being used. I know that people that own the building would like to see someone in there. So I would have to say that I would be willing to work with you and be supportive of your attempts here. I think it's worthwhile. I mean, how can we be so concerned about the gang issue without working with you on this? So I would have to agree with Andrew on this.
Just one more comment. One of the biggest concerns that I had in the beginning when I found out about what the charter school was trying to accomplish in this location was the effect that it would have on the other retailer in that space, Pizza Guys. And the fact of the matter is we've got a representative here tonight that's telling us that they don't think it's going to affect their business. So I think that completely takes the effect on Pizza Guys out of the scenario. I think it's clear that this charter school can operate functionally inside the parameters that they're proposing without causing an undue burden on the city of Galt. So I really think if the city council tonight decides not to grant this appeal, we're opening ourselves up to litigation that could cost the taxpayers of Galt a lot of money in the future.
Make a suggestion, and that's why I said perhaps continue it. In your report, you stated how many employees were going to park there using some of the spaces, and as I say, it appears to me anyway that the pizza people park some number there. From having been in retail management, we didn't let our employees park anywhere near the store. We made them park the furthest away. We wanted the closest spaces for our customers. Perhaps, whoever, if you get together, you mentioned a bus maybe for the students. How about creating no parking for your employees in that parking lot? And a condition of what we're going to allow you to do is your employees won't park there. You park them somewhere else and use the bus you're talking about and drop your employees off and take them off the premises at the end of the day in the bus. Therefore, you just freed up some more spaces, and maybe pizza guys would agree to do the same, that their employees wouldn't park there. I mean, what you've got is a lack of parking. Well, let's get some of the cars out of there that I assume you control your employees. I used to tell mine where they could park. So, I mean, maybe there is a way to beat this thing and avoid the safety problems I'm worried about. And what I asked the community director a moment ago is, do we know when Holiday Inn's opening? Because maybe you talk to Holiday Inn and ask if you could park in their parking lot across the street and put your employees there. So I think this maybe has a chance. I don't think we've got all the pieces tonight, but I don't think there's any reason to give up tonight. If we take a final action, I don't know what the vote's going to be, but you don't want to end it tonight if that's what the vote ends up being, going against you. If you're opening next September, is 2 more weeks going to matter? Would you rather see what you can do with some of the ideas I've thrown out than risk that this goes against you tonight?
Did you want to come up and speak? I know you wanted to a while ago, but I mean, we're trying to do what we can here, so.
First of all, we'd like to consider any options that we may have available. I mentioned when I got up here that we're looking for a collaborative. We want this to work. We know that we're going to move out in 2 years. If we can come up with some public transportation, we certainly would consider that. If we could use the parking lot across the street without doing a lot of infrastructure, certainly we're interested in doing that. We understand that we want to have a good working relationship. And you're quite right, if I may, Councilmember Payne. We have the same interest as you in terms of this children's safety. We would not want to put any child in jeopardy. We do understand that this facility is not the most ideal, and I said that up front.
Sure.
So we definitely want to work out whatever it is that we can. It is a short period of time. We will take every precaution. In our proposal, we also indicated that we have a policy, a closed campus, where these kids are not going to be able to go off the campus. The whole purpose of that, again, is to contain that, to make sure that we have safety in place. We talk about monitors. My grandchildren happen to go to a private school as well, and they have a very close, they don't have any parking actually at the facility at all. And so what they do is that they use their play yard, and they actually have a drop-off, and they just kind of come in, go out, and it's all monitored. And so, you come in, you drop off your kids, and you take off, and you come back, you pick them up, and they have the same thing, and it's all monitored. It would be the same kind of thing that we would propose that we would do at this particular facility to ensure safety. I want you to understand the last thing we would want to do is see in any headline that we did something that we promised to do and didn't do, or that we were negligent in any way and find ourselves at cross purposes. That is not what we want to do in this community. We want to start off on the right foot. So if there's a way that we can make this work, definitely I'm interested in it. And certainly I don't want to get a negative vote tonight. And certainly I appreciate both Member Meredith and Member Payne in your support. And I'm hopeful that we can make the two of you, who I know are not necessarily opposing the school, but certainly have your concerns. If we can work those out, I'd be happy to do so. And I do want to work with the city planning. Our future depends on it, because we're going to be looking very quickly at trying to find another facility that is suitable. And so I thought I had taken every precaution, and certainly I don't recall the conversation that he's referring to, because there were 7 sites that we looked at, and after every site we had landlord as well as staff and myself accompanied to every single meeting to ensure the fact that we were crossing all our T's and dotting all our I's. So if something was miscommunicated, certainly it was a misunderstanding, and I'd like to chalk it up to that. And certainly I'd like to move forward and see if we can get the school up and running. But we have a very limited period of time, and I need you to know that. If we can resolve this quickly, certainly that's to our interest, and certainly something that I would pledge my time to being able to resolve.
Can you deal with 2 weeks?
2 weeks is fine.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Perez.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So before, okay, if you short.
John Slaughterback. I just wanted to say that years ago, I was told that you can find problems with anything if you look hard enough. They said what you have to do, you need to look for the good instead of just trying to find the problems. I appreciate two council members here tonight trying to find some good in this, because I think there's some good here. And two council members have come forward and said so. And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John.
So no further discussion before us, as we started by our attorney, is the appeal. We either deny, we ask for a continuance with what sounds like what we're talking about, or we grant the appeal. So
I would
is there
make
a motion?
if we have concurrence.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Tom.
Okay.
Come on up.
Tom Santel, City of Galt. I do have some concerns about this project. There is a parking problem here. What size the city is, it doesn't matter. Code is the code. Today it's parking. Tomorrow it could be something different. We don't know that. Right now they have space for the students, but correct me if I'm wrong, Kurt, is this just like a cold shower, warm shower? There's no other facilities as far as restroom facilities are in there at this time?
No, these are just classroom facilities solely.
Okay, well, the students are going to be there for some time, so they're eventually going to have to go. So you're going to be needing so many restrooms.
Oh, well, excuse me.
Okay.
I thought you were talking about if there was outdoor facilities or something. No, there's adequate restrooms. They have to meet uniform code.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. Secondly, I heard about a bus being, again, somebody already mentioned that. I don't see where they're going to drop these kids off. If you're bringing all these students here, there's an awful lot of traffic there right now. Every morning, 8 o'clock, it's taking you some time to get from the east side of town to the west and vice versa because of the backup of traffic. There's traffic coming off the freeway at that point. Don't recall if there's a stop there or not. I believe there is. So, but they are coming off at a pretty high speed, so that's my concern. If someone's coming from one side of the freeway, that's a problem to me. Yes, they are high school students, but still, they're going to be crossing those streets, and are we going to have to put in a crosswalk? I don't know. So those are just my concerns. Hopefully we can work them out. Parking-wise, the parking required is the parking required, whether they park off the campus or not. You're still going to need the number of parking. That number needs to be finalized, okay? So that's all I have. Just my concerns, again, for safety is the biggest thing there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tom.
Mr. Mayor, if there's no further testimony, I'd recommend you close public hearing.
If I may, I'll make a recommendation this item be continued till the next regular city council meeting. And with that comment, before somebody leaves, I'll just give you a couple of thoughts that you may want to pursue. You're free to do what you want. That the new transportation provider in town might be one of the first people you might want to chat with. So,
I'll second the motion.
Motion's been made and seconded. Call for the vote.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Ayes have it. Okay. Thank you. Next item is ordinances. Let's see.
Yes.
Regular calendar. Guess we'll wait till they.
Yes, right.
Because no one's leaving. I like the way all the council's gotten up. So it's gonna be my turn in a minute, right?
Okay, I'm not.
Check.
Liz.
Malone, use your pen.
They're supposed to come back and show whether or not they can.
Thank you guys for coming.
Yes.
Thank you for coming.
Let's put down for the 16th, they're supposed to come back and show you that they've removed enough cars to meet the standard.
I need to put the date.
Thank you.
What is the date? Come back to 10. Where'd you go?
So if we can reconvene, I'll wait for you folks to have gone out. If you want to talk, please. Thank you. I know.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Can I get clarification? My understanding is that the applicant is to come back in 2 weeks with their proposed solutions. Is that correct?
What was the, could you read back the proposal?
It's been continued.
Yeah, it was to be continued, and for them to consider what we had discussed, right?
For the
My
plan?
understanding, Mr. Mayor, is that they were
Yeah,
they were supposed to try and work out a process to remove enough vehicles to meet the standard.
Sorry, you were out.
Yeah, I was implying that instead of consuming the spaces with their own staff and pizza guys, that they free those up. I mean, that's not the whole solution, perhaps,
Right.
but it's that many more spaces.
But they're coming back with something, that's correct?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I also told them we've got a new transit provider that started yesterday, that they ought to talk to them. They have the kind of buses that I assume they might need.
Yeah, that's what I understood, but, well, Kurt was asking, I mean, I agree, he was,
I just
what
wanted
direction
clarification
what
of
we
the
give?
direction.
No,
Right.
staff doesn't have to do anything further, although Greg either already did or will give them just the number of the transportation provider, that's all.
Right.
So, yeah. For example, what I'm assuming is you'd work out to park your staff vehicle somewhere, and your own bus or the transportation provider would bring your employees to the site, therefore freeing up those spaces.
But it doesn't have to be based on the recommendations here.
No. Yeah, that's just one idea, that's all. Yeah, I've got something else I'm going to pursue with another property owner, but, you know, I don't want to speak on their behalf tonight, so. Oh, sure.
I guess I can. Okay, the next item on the agenda, I believe we're ready to go to, is what?
Lincoln Way Parking Development.
Lincoln Way Parking.
And if that's okay, Mayor Pro Tem, I'll turn it over to Jason. He's been working on this, and then he'll give you the details.
Go ahead,
Ready?
Jason.
All right. Good evening, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, members of the public. I'm pleased to present this item before you tonight. As many in the community are aware, there's a definite parking problem on Lincoln Way between A and C Street. Many of the businesses along there have suffered for years with lack of parking for their customers, their staff, or other things, and it's created an environment of frequent turnover of businesses along there, vacancies, other things that have been mentioned tonight. For several months now, the city's been trying to work with property owners in the area to try to come up with a plan that would address that issue by creating additional parking in that area in order to address that deficit. We've come up with something that we think will work as far as the city putting together a plan in order to be able to create public parking spaces in this area of need. I'll need to direct your attention up to the screen. It's kind of a diagram of what we are proposing. There's several different pieces to it. There are different property owners involved, so I'll kind of walk you through and how this is proposed to be put together. The first piece is the currently vacant parcel, the only vacant parcel between on the east side between A and C Street, currently owned by Peck Properties. It's a little over 10,000 square feet parcel. You can see it depicted up on the map right here. It fronts on Lincoln Way. There's no access from Lincoln Way. You can access it from this back alleyway. The proposal is that the city would purchase this property from Peck Properties for $200,000.
In addition to this space, the city has negotiated a lease agreement, also with Tech Properties for space behind the existing storefronts on Lincoln Way. These properties here are also owned by Tech Properties. There is existing dirt lot essentially behind here that is used for some of their employee parking and so forth, but largely it is underused, and there are many issues with it. There's inadequate drainage, so you have potholes. You also have in the wintertime major puddles and other things that make it really inconvenient and not a very usable space as far as public parking. Even for their employees, it's not an optimal situation. So we have developed a lease agreement where we would have a 15-year lease with the property owner here at a cost of about $5,000 per year, which would be increased annually by a CPI of 2.5%. These two pieces, or actually there's 3 parcels here, but all these spaces put together will total about 23 additional public parking spaces in addition to 2 more handicap spaces, so you have a total of 25 additional parking spaces. In addition to that, you would have landscaping and lighting that would be placed back in there. We would address the drainage issues. We've installed drainage throughout there to properly drain the property out onto Lincoln Way or any other means as directed by the Public Works Department in their evaluation and design at the site. The third component of the project is a reciprocal access agreement with the property owner just to the south. NM Enterprises owns this, which is on the corner of, going that way, on the corner of C and Lincoln. Our proposal in the agreement is that there's a current fence that separates the 2 properties, that fence would be removed, and there would be free access both to and from both properties, that people would then be able to exit from a variety of ways onto the public parking area. So what you would essentially have is a contiguous public parking from C Street at the A&M Enterprise property all the way up north to the alleyway, and then further heading west you would have additional parking spaces from the back of the property line west to Lincoln Way. So you would have a really you would add a significant number of new parking spaces by doing that. So you would have a number of ways in and out. In addition to C Street, you would have a right turn in, right turn out of Lincoln Way. We would put a curb cut in off of Lincoln Way so you could access that parking lot from that space. The estimated cost of the improvements on the site is about $261,000, which again includes grading, paving, landscaping, lighting, drainage, all the other things necessary to go along with that. The proposed funding for the project is largely CDBG funds, Community Development Block Grant funds, which the city receives annually. We receive approximately $200,000 a year. We have monies from the 2008 allocation as well as the 2009 allocation, totaling $400,000 that we propose to put towards this project. We budgeted in last year's CIP an amount of $61,220 from redevelopment funds. We propose that amount remain. On top of that, we have an item to appropriate $5,000 from redevelopment for the lease for the first year lease payment, and then subsequent year lease payments would also be placed in current year budgets. There is a breakdown of the appropriation request. Again, it's essentially appropriation request would be $400,000 from CDBG, and then $5,000 from redevelopment in order to make the project happen. There are a number of agreements attached to the staff report. There's a purchase and sale agreement, there's the lease agreement, and there's a reciprocal access agreement. Staff recommends that the council approve all 3 agreements as well as the appropriation proposed. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the council might have.
It might be important to explain to the community what the Community Development Block Grant funding could possibly be used for if we weren't using it for this project. What would the city typically use the money for?
Kurt can probably give you a better description of things we've used for in the past. I know we've used it for sidewalk projects, we've used it for storm drain project,
a number of public works types of projects in the past. You may be aware of
Street overlays, partial funding for the community library, mostly infrastructure items. I mean, it's been very helpful and beneficial over the years.
Thank you.
You said there's no hazardous materials that we're aware of, Barry?
Correct. We're doing a phase 1 environmental right now on the site.
So we don't have that back yet?
We don't have that back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're trying to. We should have it back in a week or two, and we're hoping to close on the property by the end of the year. But all indication at this point, the property owner has owned the property for over 30 years. I won't see Tim out here anymore. And they're not aware of any previous use of the site, any potential contaminants, so we're not too concerned about hazardous materials on that site.
But that is a contingency in the agreement, so if it comes back negative, the city has a way out of the agreement, even if it's approved tonight.
Yes, I was aware of that. Thank you. I just didn't know if we had that report back yet or not.
I support what we're trying to do. Anyone familiar at the bottom of that picture, the tenants that have been in there and all the way out to the very corner, that building is constantly turned over and become vacant. I think the Candy Boutique was the last one. Prior to them, the Sporting Goods and so on. And Social Services, DHA, who had been in there, just that whole area lacks of parking, and I think it's been a continual problem to get a business to stay in place and to be able to thrive there. And especially with our measure lately, we continue to need, not just for that, but general purposes. We need businesses that thrive, where people can conduct their business and services and generate revenues for the city. And so I think it's an economic development investment as well as a redevelopment investment. And I think it'll also, what I think you tend to see is as we improve around businesses, they tend to improve themselves. Just like if your next door neighbor repaints their house, you start looking at yours kind of going, yeah, ours could use a touch of paint too. So I think it can help a continuing momentum there of improvement.
Let me just make a comment too, because you're right on point with your last comment. As a result of some of the conversations we've had with the property owners, both the Peck properties who own the buildings there have applied for a facade improvement program, as well as the A&M properties on the south side have also applied. So the architectural drawings are being done right now on all the properties, all the way from the alleyway south to C Street. That whole strip of properties will be refaced over the next year.
And I know there's some folks who weren't entirely pleased with the Lincoln Way efforts that were done back when, and perhaps this can soothe and repair some of those issues about the resulting parking. So I think it's a good proposal, and I know you've worked hard on it.
I agree.
Ted has something.
Comment?
Ted does.
Ted, I'm sorry.
I think the physical parking is very, very important. However, when you look at this and you know how the traffic circulates, access is probably almost as equally as important as a physical space. When I first came 10 years ago, one of the things we started looking at was that parcel, the empty one, to try and get some additional parking. Because there had been it wasn't an absolute promise, but there was a statement made from the city that they would try and find additional parking for the loss of parking on the Lincoln Way project. I think Jason's done a good job to get the pieces together to get it so that not only do you have the physical access, but you also have the circulation, because I think it'll help the whole thing.
I do too. I think it's a good project, and we even had a vision of using that parking lot for maybe a farmer's market to bring people down in the area. I think it could be a catalyst for that area that currently has easily, I can think of 3 or 4 vacancies right there in that same block. I think it's a good project.
Well, if there's not other discussion, then I'll move.
I did want to make a few comments. I agree with everything that's already been said in regards to the necessity of this project. The only hesitation that I have is the fact that we're allocating 2 years worth of our community development block grant funding for this one project. I really think that it might do some good, but it might not. We might not get a major return on our investment. It's a tough financial crisis that all cities are facing, and we might have reached the point where we we stop approving projects like this and stop allocating money. And I just don't see a reason at this point to allocate 2 years, $400,000 worth of community development block grant funding to pay for a parking lot. I appreciate all the work that Jason's done. We asked him to come back with an agreement, and this is what he came back with. I don't think the numbers pencil out for the city.
Okay, I'll try and float a motion. Move that City Council adopt the resolution approving the lease agreement, the purchase and sale agreement, and the reciprocal access agreement, and appropriation a request for the development of a public parking lot on the east side of Lincoln Way. Sure. Let me get the motion acted upon, and then you bet.
And if you'll wait, we're going to ask.
I'll second Darrell.
Okay.
Motion's been made and seconded. Now, any further discussion? We had one or two people, I believe. Okay.
Whoever gets there first.
My name is Tim Newhart. We are residents of Sacramento County, not necessarily Galt, but we do have property in Galt, this being one of them. I just want to bring to the council's attention some of the problems that we've had there because of its present makeup.
Sure. Can you identify your property? I'm uncertain which is your property.
This vacant lot here is the purchase property. This area here is the lease property.
And both.
To be on the lease. So both of these is what concerns us. We've always had a problem there with parking since day one, and it never has been adequate. And it was aggravated when the parking was changed from angle parking to parallel parking, and made it extremely difficult for our tenants to get their customers into those businesses. And they've complained about it since day one, and it's very obvious why. In the present tense, we have people using this already as a parking lot, but it's private property, and it's a continuous problem for us because we've got people on there who are not our tenants and not our customers. The people on the south down here use it, and we're continually telling them not to, but they do. So they use the property. They come in through the alley by the Galt supermarket. It's a dusty proposition in the summer. It's a muddy hole in the winter, and we don't necessarily want people on there at all because it makes problems for us in maintaining it. We have people running into our fences, breaking the fences, running the fences over, blah, 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 blah. So that's another issue for us. We have people who park there who leave their garbage there all the time. We have kids who, because of the proximity to the high school, are there in the mornings and there in the afternoons doing whatever kids do behind fences and in the corners and so forth. That happens all the time. So it'll alleviate that problem. In essence, it's an eyesore at the moment. It's not only an eyesore, but it's inhibiting people having businesses that can sustain themselves. And so in that case, it hurts the city because of your revenues that you would like to have, but it also hurts the city because it looks like hell. Excuse my French, but it looks horrible. It's an eyesore. So as Jason pointed out, we're getting together and working on the facade of the building, trying to improve that, the looks of the building, so we can get better tenants, longer lasting tenants, but we have to provide these people with some parking. It's critical. And so in our opinion, this would alleviate a lot of things, be an improvement to the city in Galt. And in the long run, I think your return on your investment over the long haul of owning that piece of property and leasing the other is going to return back to you many times over because of the increase in business, the increase in better tenants, and so forth. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Just sitting here watching this. My name's Cliff Lofton. I've lived here in the city for 62 years, and I've walked this area almost every morning, and I know this this area. Which this was the old theater, this was the bakeries. If you're going to have any problems with any environment, all it could be would be grease from the fryers that went in there. This used to be a bakery. This was a bank before, now it's a pharmacy. But did I hear you say that you were going to cut in through this?
Yeah, you would have access from Lincoln Way out, in and out of that property.
You've got this little piece of the store that sticks out here. I don't know, is that being able to be purchased? Can you get that piece? You can't get it.
No.
What I was saying was, there's probably plenty of parking. I don't know a lot of people that still want to park way back here in this alley and walk around to get into these stores. This street right here is an eyesore. It's a mud hole. Even though it's paved, it's got bricks on it and stuff. You've got the trucks over here, Save Mart, here's one right here. They go in and out of this area. This road is all tore up. This is all tore up, this alleyway. I don't see why you can't just fence this piece of property off here, make this all parking, take this fence out, cars can come in here and go out here. Sounds like a lot more logical plan to me. I mean, I'm not an engineer, but instead of having people park all the way back here, keep this road tore up, with the traffic out of there, come, I mean, that would be my idea. That's just something you can think about, especially if you can go in here and come out here, or go in here and come out here. I don't see a need for this.
But if I can, to my earlier comment, I would encourage all the property tenants to have their employees park in, as you pointed out, the less favorable spots, get them off of the main road so that people can park right in front of their businesses in the available spaces.
But if you open this up where they can get back here, then you're going to have traffic going through there all the time.
There's a couple things to your point, and we did look at that as an option. It just didn't provide enough parking spaces, especially when you take into account the employees. They would have taken up all those parking spaces, so you added another, 10 or 15 spots to the back of those properties. Also, several of those properties have accesses from the back. So Da Vinci's, what used to be Da Vinci's, you could park right back there and walk through the back, and you have access to that business from those back parking spots. And the alleyway, it is a private alleyway, but we have had conversations with the property owner about having some kind of public access easement over that, in which the city would be able to enter into some kind of agreement to work with them to improve the alleyway to make it a more usable alleyway for the public. That way you would have even greater access.
Well, there's always, you can always go back and go to that. But I mean, the way things are right now, and the times being the way they are, I just don't see this part of it coming in. If you just put these parking spaces all the way back here and all the way back here, especially if you have access in and out. I mean, this little restaurant here, you're probably not going to have more than 2 cars patronizing them. The barber shop next door, 1 or 2 patrons at a time. The cell phone place, the guy that sells the boots. There's not a lot of people that park there that can't get to those on the street. The only other big retailer that you have is going to be the chicken place down there, and they've already got parking. The people who use the frequent place in the back. That's just a suggestion. I'd hate to see it. I wish I would have been around when they were planning to tear the Lincoln Way up and make it the parking it was. Because I thought I heard you guys talk about that they were going to do something about that. Take the dividers out, change the parking.
We did do a plan earlier this summer where that was.
About it, and then that's all I heard.
Yeah.
Lincoln Way is a mess. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any further discussion? If not, there was a motion on the floor. It's seconded. We'll call for the vote.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. No.
Aye. 4-1.
Mr. Mayor, before you entertain the next
We
next
need to
item.
go. We need to go into redevelopment because there's part of this in redevelopment.
We can do it later, just in the normal course, unless the council wants to reconvene and do it now. Either way, we can wait.
Pleasure. We'll just move along. Okay. Go ahead, Attorney.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to remind you about the 11 o'clock rule. I didn't know if you wanted to entertain a motion to waive that rule.
Yeah, no, right? We're just gonna stop at 11. No.
Well, actually, we're talking about a very serious issue tonight, the water meter implementation plan. I would hate to see the city of Galt take an action tonight past 11 o'clock on such a controversial issue. So I would hope that at the least, if we do continue the meeting past 11, that we delay this to a future meeting. That's
Delay the
possible.
presentation or delay the decision?
Delay the decision and the presentation.
I'd agree with
I mean,
that.
I think we can remember,
Who've we got from how far away that's been waiting all this time?
We did have a result here.
I don't because necessarily disagree. I just
Our consultant, HDR, has come from way out of state, and he can't come back at additional cost to the city. There is also, staff was hoping to get some input from council on the plan tonight because this will has potential to affect the rate study, and we need to get the flyer to the printer tomorrow. We did put this off relative to the election, so we really need to have it move forward, but at council's discretion, we could bring it back. I'd have to make some tougher decisions relative to the rates to get to the printer, though.
we remember the controversy it created when we adopted our budget at 11:59 at night, even though there wasn't anyone waiting to speak. I mean, I'm just trying to avoid some of the future criticism.
Well, I'm fine with hearing the presentation, see if we can give the direction that's needed, but not necessarily take the final action.
Okay.
I understand.
How long's the presentation, approximately?
I guess it's probably 20 to 30 minutes with presentation and questions and action.
Okay, we have one other item ahead.
We could move that one forward. If you wanted to do the implementation plan. Right, 'cause the next one is the Galt market fees. You could move the.
That can probably be done in what, boys? How much time do you think you need?
I only need about 2 minutes.
You're on the clock.
I would say we continue with Culture and Recreation Department. Staff?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not asking or requesting a bailout this evening. We're requesting, staff is, a fee adjustment for the market. Before I turn it over to Armando Solis, the market manager, I'd just like to point out some key issues in the staff report. We did revise our projections for revenues for the market, which with the proposal and our proposed projections, there'd be a loss in revenue or decline in revenue of approximately $167,000. Just to come in with a balanced budget, if you notice, we've had some cost savings so far this year. The vacancy that is currently at the rec supervisor and also the Littleton roof project, a savings of $40,000. Also, due to the economic situation here in our country and also here in our community, the major changes for a one-time initial proposal is for the month of January and February, for our monthly vendors would be a $20 fee per space. Again, that's only a one-time for January and February, which is typically our slow months there at the market. And then starting in March of '09, it would go recommend up to $37. And then also, I guess the garage sale, we're recommending that we currently charge a fee of $15. That would we're recommending that go up to $20. But with that being said, there's some other, say, minor adjustments for produce spaces, but I don't have anything more to add. If you have any questions, I have Armando Solis here and also Kimberly Paulson from the market.
Any questions from council?
I have
Comments?
I have one.
Vice Mayor?
What exactly is our goal? Are we trying to retain our vendors? Are we trying to attract more vendors? Are we just trying to give them a break during the months that are technically not
With this
break?
proposal, we're trying to retain our current long-standing vendors. This proposal will not help the daily vendors that come, the fair weather vendors. It will help the people that have been here for 10, 15, 20 years. The people that continue to rent, rain or shine, and pay their rent. These are the vendors that we want to keep and we're trying to keep with this proposal.
So you're not, as part of it, are you intending to help fill some of the spots that, the locations that will not normally be filled during that time of the year? Or are you just anticipating that in order to keep those long-term vendors with us and continuously coming back, this would be something that's needed
This
as
is
part of a long-term plan?
This is what's needed to keep them. And speaking to some of my long-term vendors, a lot of them expressed concerns about being able to financially stay in these winter months, our typical poor months, January and February, due to the rain, due to the cost. In putting together this proposal, I've had a couple people that have said, I will stay if it does pass, versus I'll pull out and then come back in March when it's not raining.
Armando, I appreciate you're trying to keep our revenue up. It's important to us too, but I'm looking at produce spaces. You're planning to increase those, according to my information, from $37.50 to $45 for those months? Or?
Only for the daily. All monthly vendors that rent by the month will show a decrease. Any vendor that will commit to us, we will commit to them by giving them a lower rate.
What was your thinking on the daily, though, by increasing it that much?
To entice the vendors to rent on a monthly basis, to make it financially.
To stay longer?
Right.
I would just like to add, what has happened over the last several months is that we no longer have a waiting list for Tuesday market. So what's going on out there is you got your fair market vendor. So what they do is if it's going to be rainy or foggy, I'm not going to show up. So what we're trying to do is, like as you said, Vice Mayor, is retain our current vendors. Sure, we're going to have a loss in revenue, but what we're hoping to do is get the guarantee that monthly rental fee rather than the fair weather vendor, which I foresee will happen if we don't, if council doesn't approve of this proposal this evening. Sure, we realize that we're going to have a reduction in our revenues, unfortunately,
Right.
But if you notice on page 2 of the staff report, with the savings I've incurred and also some revised appropriations, I presented a balanced budget for you this evening.
Mayor, I'll make a
You
motion.
said you only wanted 2 minutes. You've gone 5 minutes and 48 seconds. I'm sorry. Now we have to stop a moment and call for the vote.
I'll move that we continue the meeting beyond the 11 o'clock deadline.
I'll second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Call for the vote.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye. Okay. Continue. Oh, you're done now.
Armando, I have a comment. There's not a lot of professionals in the state of California that are dedicated to working wholeheartedly on flea markets. You're one of a select few, so I cherish your opinion greatly. In your opinion, what will happen if the city of Galt does not approve these fee adjustments now? What could we be looking at in the next 2 years?
It really depends on how poorly our economy gets. It's just not pertaining to what's going to happen here. If we don't help these vendors now in January and February through the tough times, they may not come back for the times that, the good times that are about to come. We may lose them. They may just not come back.
Thank you.
In our last time we had a discussion about adjustments fees, we knew, or at least we knew to expect, based on the economy, that you would very well may need to come back and make these type of adjustments. And I know this isn't easy, and I know especially in this climate we're living in, dealing with right now. But I looked at this, and I know the troubles we're having at the market, and I think these vendors in particular, these long-term vendors that have been with us for 20, 30, and some 40 years perhaps, I think it's essential that we do everything we can to retain them and to keep this flea market alive. I applaud you for your efforts. I think we're very fortunate to have you. I think your presentation here is excellent. I think I personally will support you in this. And We need to be flexible, and we need to adjust as the economy changes, and that's what you've been doing. And I encourage you to continue to do what you're doing. Keep coming back when changes need to be made, because this flea market is our bread and butter, and I think we need to do everything we can to keep it moving. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further discussions? If not, I'll ask for a motion.
I move to approve staff's recommendation.
I'll second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussions?
I was just going to say one thing.
One
just so I
comment?
can clarify the reason that I'm not going to be supporting it. Is my only question is this enough? I think what you're doing is the right thing, but I'm just wondering if the reduction and the way we've done this is actually going to accomplish what you want to accomplish.
It's currently what we can afford to do at this point. Would I like to do more? Obviously, yes. This is what we can afford to do within our budget. I've cut our budget lines in order to do this. We've not filled positions in order to do this. If we do give back more or cut more, then we would have to cut more, and honestly, we're at bare bones right now. So would I like to cut more? Absolutely. Can I afford to cut more? I cannot.
I guess if it's not enough, then if we lose more vendors, then we're still not going to make our budget.
I'm hoping to keep the vendors in the projections that I provided to you. This is what I'm projecting with these numbers here.
And Armando, the feedback that you're getting from the vendors is that this is what they would be. This is what they would respond to this, but it's acceptable to them. This is something that they feel that they would be comfortable with, right?
I've had one written request emailed to me because the corner spots did not go down. I had another verbal from a different vendor because the corner spots did not go down in January and February. I've had several verbal compliments on the proposal. Mr. Stanhope, that as he was running out, said it was a great proposal. So the majority is that they like it.
I think, I knew you'd gotten their input. I think it's important, but at the same time, I think we got to be careful not to run scared either and go too far, because when you cut too deep, it's very difficult to come back because nobody will understand, why the need. But obviously, you have the buy-off on it, and I agree with it. I'll let it go at that.
Okay. No further discussion. We'll call for the vote, starting with
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
aye. Passed 4-1. Next item, Public Works Department, water meter implementation. Staff report. Greg?
Back in September 2007, Council was contracted for water treatment plan as well as water wastewater treatment. The scope of services included analysis, comparison of available unit technology, as well as preparation of the unit implementation plan alternatives, schedule alternatives, processes. A copy of the implementation plan was included electronically in your packet. This is what it looks like when you print it. I've got Sean Foran, who's project manager for HDR tonight. We're going to make a presentation. The focus of tonight's conversation and discussion is going to be strictly on the water implementation portion of what their scope of work was. We'll be bringing the rate setting back to council in February, along with our annual rate increases. This time we'll turn it over to Sean to walk us through the program.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you all for having me here. What we want to do today, as Greg said, is walk through the process and try and receive some feedback from the council on direction on where we should proceed with this. We have some tight time frames dealing with how we set this up in our different implementation plans, and that plays into this as well as the rates. Starting a couple of years ago, about 18 years ago, staff began collecting information on meter fees. They implemented a meter fee and recently went out and reviewed the system to see what was out there, and basically found 4 different setups for residences. One was there was a meter in place, so there was a meter turning when folks used water. The second was there was a meter ready where staff or whoever would go out and be able to drop the meter in place with minimal additional time and effort related to that. There were others that were semi-meter ready, which would need some retrofitting and additional work completed to be able to set the meter. And there were some that were non-meter ready that would need some significant additional work to be able to set the meter in there. As we look at the current system, there's roughly 700 existing metered customers, both residential and commercial. The rest of the breakdown is between meter ready, semi-meter ready, and non-meter ready. And that ends up being roughly 6,400 meters that need to be installed as we move forward with this program. And that's the figures that we've based the analysis on. So why do we have to meter? Essentially, it's a requirement of Assembly Bill 2572, and it says that all residences constructed after 92 must be metered by January 1, 2010. And on January 1, 2010, they have to be billed a metered rate. Today, you have a flat rate for your residential customers. They pay $24.07, regardless of how much water they use. Starting January 1, 2010, you'll have to bill them a rate based on how much actual water runs through that meter. All the other residences, those built pre-1992, do not have to be metered until January 1, 2025. So there's some state regulations and laws that have set that up. Now, that's not the only reason why we would encourage you to meter your customer. There's a couple different big reasons out there. One, it encourages water conservation. Ultimately, that may help in the long run on capital projects if folks conserve. It may delay and push back additional projects that are needed earlier if customers aren't metered and don't conserve today. It also enhances the equity between your customers. Right now, if a residential customer is metered versus one that is not metered, they can use the same amount of water and be billed a different rate. So this will also bring that equity issue into play. Be able to track consumption and plan, educate customers, and that's going to be a big key part of this as you move forward as a city, is letting customers understand how much water they're actually using. Not being billed a metered rate, folks have no idea and typically use quite a bit more water as we go through this. Meter technology alternatives, ultimately automated meter reading, that's kind of the new way of looking at meters. So folks don't go out and read the numbers and write them down and subtract and add anymore. Basically, there's three types of technology. You go out and you have a little wand in your hand and you touch the meter physically. That's the manual touch read, and it actually sends the information to a little handheld or device that the meter reader would carry with them. There's mobile drive-by, where you can drive down the street and it will collect all that information for each meter as you drive by it. Or there's a fixed network that actually can send the information directly to the city's billing system at different intervals of time. As we went through this, this was kind of one of the key aspects of the analysis. We looked at a lot of different things. O&M costs, annual operating costs, what would it take to run these different types of technologies? What is the upfront payment for for each of these different technologies? How many reads can they provide? How many reads could a meter reader go through on each of the different technologies? Reliability, battery life, different things like that. What this chart here shows is kind of a quick comparison of the key components that we looked at. Up top under the first meter alternative is a status quo. That's what's in place today for the city. And that is the touch reads for the residential, so a meter reader actually goes out and touches each of those meters. For the commercial, there's actually a drive-by system. So that's kind of our status quo where you are today. The other two alternatives are there as well. As you look at the capital cost, which is one of the upfront payment, what's it going to cost to put this system into place? For the status quo, that's the lower cost. Mobile drive-by is your medium range cost, and the fixed network is the higher cost. But when you look at operating costs, it's flip-flopped. Your status quo, or going out and touching each meter, is obviously going to take a number of more staff to go out and actually read all those meters on a monthly or bi-monthly basis at this point. So you have higher operating costs. Mobile drive-by is the mid-range, and fixed network is obviously the lower. Productivity is how much staff time, how many reads you can get as you go through this, and it's back to the beginning. Status quo is lowest, mobile drive-by medium, fixed network is higher. Now, just the note at the bottom, you'll see under any of these alternatives, there will be additional staff time needed both on the accounting side or customer service side and the meter reading side. Obviously, if you're going out and you chose status quo, it would take significantly more meter readers to read all 7,000 meters than if you had a fixed network where it automatically sends the information back to the city. So that's why you have a broader range there as we go through this. The technology recommendations for now is to utilize technology to minimize long-term operations costs. And based on that, the mobile drive-by and the fixed network are both viable options for the city based on a life cycle cost. So we went out and looked at what those costs are going to be over the next 20-year period and how that can, how those related to each other as they went through the alternatives. And we also talked about eliminating the current touch read. So if you went down the path of putting in a fixed network or a mobile drive-by, those touch read that you have today would be upgraded to whatever technology was chosen. The recommendation at this point is to solicit bids on both technologies and ultimately maximize competition. What we've seen happen is most folks will go out and bid both mobile and drive-by, thinking they'd go after one, and actually the way the bids came in and the costs came in, they went for the alternative that they were leaning towards. And a lot of this may depend on what level of service the city would like. If you go with a fixed network, you can get a ton of data. I mean, you can ping those meters every 5 minutes and just be filling up a system full of data. So there's different things that were looked at as we went through this, and based on our recommendation and discussing with staff, our recommendation is the mobile drive-by and fixed, which would be viable for the city. When we looked at the number of meters and how we had to put them into place, we had the meter-ready, non-meter-ready, and semi-meter-ready customers out there, the residences. And we went through this, and obviously the first thing we had to do was maintain compliance with the law. So we knew everything built after 1992 had to have a meter. We have to put that in the ground in the short term in order to be in compliance with the law. As we looked at those meters, we realized that there was kind of a dividing line in how we could split those up. And so we kind of looked at this into a couple different phases. And some of this was based on promoting water conservation, trying to maintain equity between our different customer classes, minimize the overall costs that we have out there. And so these two phases were split up into what we're calling phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 1, which is roughly 55% of that 6,400 customers. And those are all post-1992 services. Those are the ones we have to by AB 2572. There are some pre-92 services with paid deposits on record, so they paid for a meter, the developer has paid for it, the previous owner had paid for it, and so we've lumped those in this as well. And then select infill, and ultimately this meant we didn't want to put meters into a development and skip 3 houses that maybe didn't fit into this program. So we've added those holes in the picture to fill it up. For phase 1, the schedule is to hit the ground running. Those have to be in place and build a metered rate by the end of next year. The end of 2009, they have to have the meters in, and January they have to be billed. And so based on that, we've also talked about staff augmentation starting in July of 2009 to ramp up for that. To give you an idea of what phase 1 looks like, the yellow areas are the meters and areas that we've put together as phase 1. So you can see up to the north, east, and down in the southwest, we have our different quadrants. And those are all post-1992 and the select infill that we talked about.
You have something you can show me with the colors you're referring to?
Yes. So this block here.
That whole area?
Yep.
All right.
This block here, whole area. This block here, whole area. A couple of small sections in the middle. A little section right there. Sections here. A square here. A section here. Down through here. And over around there. So
Don's partially colorblind, I think, so I think he's having a hard time seeing the contrast on the slide. Is there any way to zoom in on the?
Unfortunately, there's not. This is a method to try to show the overall picture. have one different colors by optic
Oh, okay.
a hard copy.
Okay.
It's basically the older portion of Galt, west of the tracks. Those that were built prior to 1990, those are going to be in phase 2. This is everything from basically 1990 on.
Okay.
Is new subdivisions and infill development, and the majority of it's on the extreme northeast corner or the extreme southwest corner, as a general rule.
I'm sorry, these are metered or metered ready?
It's a mix. Phase 1 is primarily meter ready. There's a handful of non-meter ready in the teens numbers, 19, 18 number, and there's, I believe, several hundred that are semi-meter ready. So the majority of the 3,300 meters that would go into this phase are meter ready.
Okay.
Another distinction between phase 1 and 2. Phase 1 is the easier ones. We do have, those people have given us a deposit, or the builders of their homes were. We have money that will pay for those. The phase 2, or a lot of the older homes, some cases, we don't even know where the water service is. It may come in from the back of the house through their neighbor's yard. We may have to put a whole new service in the front. And that's a big distinction between the phase 1 and phase 2.
Phase 2 is being defined as all remaining services, so everything outside of phase 1, which is roughly 2,600 meters, they'll have to put in phase 2. And we put together 3 different alternatives for phase 2 as well. First is near term, ultimately concurrent with phase 1. When phase 1 is complete, you'd roll right into phase 2 and meter the remaining 2,600. Midterm is starting somewhere in 2012 to 2015, putting them in as you go out a few years, and then long term, we push this out absolutely as far as we possibly and legally can, and we put those in 2024 so that they're in service in 2025. There's a couple pros and cons to each of these. I'm not going to dwell on a lot of them, but the big thing that we've discussed and looked at when we went through this is the equity between the customers. That is one big key concept. Between phase 1 and phase 2, if you do them early in the near term or concurrently with phase 1, there's not going to be much time where some folks are billed a meter rate and some folks are still on the flat rate. So the extreme opposite of that is if we look at the long term, there could be 15 years where somebody's paying a flat rate and somebody's paying a metered rate using the same amount of water, and the bill would be different based on how much water the metered customer uses. So there's a customer equity component. One of the other big things is conservation. We can maximize conservation efforts if we meter earlier throughout these 3 different alternatives. Some of the downside, the cons of this, of metering early, is you do have to borrow costs for phase 2. There's going to be additional borrowing costs associated with that because you don't have the money up front to pay for it all at this point. It's a tight time frame to do this all in the next 2-3 years if you try to get that all done. There are folks that are trying to cram all this in also in the general area as well, so you won't be alone there. The other con to this is waiting for the long term. If you go out and wait till 2024, I think there's a couple different things that may change between now and then. One is the regulatory environment. What's going to happen when a lot of folks in the state are pushing off metering these pre-1992. Originally, the state had set up the law to meter everything, or since 1992, they told folks they had to put them in. Folks were kind of lagging, not doing it. They put down AB 2572 and said you have to meter now. That's one of the considerations, and one of the things that's been floated is maybe that'll change. That date, 2025, will change. The other is loss of grant funding or availability of grants and low-cost funding. One of the criteria that you will see sometimes on those applications is how much water are folks using, is everybody metered, and so that could have an impact on those as well. Oops, wrong way, sorry.
Could I ask
yes, absolutely.
Before you move on pros and cons? You touched on a point that I just have a gut feeling, and I'll use the city of Sacramento because they're one of the ones probably facing as tough a challenge as anyone. I suspect that the final date for full implementation through some method is going to be pushed out, eased, whatever. Because I think, no offense to City of Sacramento, but I think they will be one of those cities who won't be able to complete this. And I think there'll be enough of them that from the legislative standpoint, some mean of relief will occur. So for my sake, I think that's something we should just consider because I think that will occur. The other is the further we go down the road, the technology of some of the things you're talking about, whether they're manual read or drive-by, or the technologies for that are going to improve, and typically the cost of that type of radio transmission will become lower in cost. I know I've got one of those smart cards, I think is the word that's on it, on my meter now. You know, that wasn't there 2 years ago. And what'll be here in just a mere 5 years from now, probably technologies that aren't even available if we purchased it right now. So
There are a lot of things like that pushing for the long term. Something we don't have to mess with doing 2,700 meters. The big difference, though, it's pushing to maybe consider doing it forward, is the inequity between customers, maybe on opposite sides of the street. One uses all the water they want for $24. The other person uses the same amount of water, and their bill could be several $100s if they use that much. And then there is what happens if someone says you're not doing it fast enough, we lose potential funding. And also, being green and going along with the state of the industry. If everybody else gets it all done, we could be left being the one, or not the only city, but kind of lagging behind the curve of everybody else.
It just seems like a really bad time economically for cities to start trying to implement this program. It just really does.
And that's one of the no immediate borrowing in the midterm is one of the items we put in there as well, is something you push it out a year or two that may allow for the market, the economy to change as well as you go forward, to catch back up, hopefully, as we go forward. The implementation recommendations that we put together based on our analysis is phase 1, hit the ground running, as I said. We have to have all those meters in place by the end of next year so that they can be billed a metered rate. Phase 2, what we've recommended is pretty much concurrently with phase 1, ultimately to allow for a smooth transition, the customer equity issue, so that everybody is billed under the same method. It can maximize your conservation, help you on the capital side, push out maybe some of the additional needs you may need, and then future funding eligibility, allow you to gain those opportunities as they come out. So the next portion of this, we talked about the technology, we talked about the phasing of implementing the meters, now the funding of phase 1 and 2. Current meter deposits, what I talked about, starting in 94, that's right now, 90, the city started collecting meter deposits as folks connected to the system and started their account. So there is sufficient funds from those meter deposits to fund all of phase 1 costs. That includes the meters, the retrofits, and the technology. So all of phase 1 can be funded through those meter deposits that are held in account today by the city. The balance of that can be used to pay for a portion of phase 2. Now, phase 2, near, mid, or long term, all are going to require some sort of outside financing, bonding, loans, whatever that may be. There's different ways we can deal with the funding, and that is we can roll all the costs into overall rates. So all customers will share in those costs for phase 2. So everybody pays an equal proportional share, whether they have a meter or don't have a meter after phase 1. The other alternative is to charge those phase 2 customers, those 2,600 individuals, an additional fee for phase 2 costs. So whatever phase 2 costs are, they're spread only over the 2,600 that would benefit from those payments. The only difference between the long-term phase from the near and mid is that you could ramp up rates over the next 12, 15 years and bank that money or start slowly phasing this in as you go through time and pay for it through rates. Again, that's across the board, everybody kind of shares in this cost. And there's different ways that folks have done this. Some folks have rolled it into rates and everybody pays for everybody. It's a shared cost for all users. Some folks in the area are charging a surcharge on the bill for the meter implementation. So they still have flat rate customers like you would between phase 1 and phase 2 and metered customers, and they're charging those metered customers a surcharge on their bill as they go forward. And it's really, from what I've seen and talked to people and looked at information, it's pretty much a mixed bag on what people have done. It's across the board for splitting that.
The other option we could do is charge individual owners meter ready, semi-meter ready, and non-meter ready. We'll show you the actual cost per house in a minute for their specific use. Someone who is not meter ready would pay the cost to put the service in at their house, as opposed to everybody kind of paying for everybody. That will allow us to generate cash if we sent them a bill right now and said you have to pay this amount and have by a certain date. But there are issues about how we enforce that, how we collect that. We could also do an assessment district and have them pay the debt service, or allow certain individual customers to pay that debt off for themselves, like an assessment up front, and not have it be part of the financing.
Which rolls right into this. This is the average cost based on the cost of the meter, which is $100, the meter interface unit, which is the little bells and whistles that sit on top of the meter that transmits the signal to either the drive-by or back to the computer or billing system. And then the installation costs for meter ready. So this is the time for somebody to go out, plop the meter down, make sure it looks clean, it's all working and everything, for a total cost of roughly $525 per residence for mobile read or radio read, and $535 for fixed network. Now that's a meter ready residence. If they're semi-meter ready, you would need to add approximately $600 additional dollars to that, so $1,125 for the time and effort to take that service and make it ready to be metered, and an additional $2,000 for the non-meter ready. So that's kind of the average cost. As Greg said, there's some that maybe it's in the back of the house, it's going to have to be moved to the front. That's probably going to cost more than $2,000. The ones that are in front maybe are going to be a little easier. So that's the average cost that we came back to for those non-meter ready customers.
Question for Greg. Will these installations fall under prevailing wage law?
Yes, they will. This would be a public works projects. They will fall under prevailing wage law, yes.
Okay.
So based on that information, the cost we have today, the phase 1 cost for the alternatives is $1.1 million. This is just phase 1. For touch read or status quo, which you have in place today, is $1.1 million. For mobile drive-by, it's $1.3 million, and total fixed network is $1.3 million and $1.3 million. So there's about a 18% difference between the capital cost of the cheapest alternative, the touch read, and the most expensive, the fixed network. And you can see that the mobile drive-by and the fixed network are relatively close, and that's one of the reasons why we recommended that you bid both of those, because it may come in even closer or flip-flop one or the other as you go forward with it.
The fixed network, does it allow the homeowner the opportunity to track, like on a computer program, exactly how much they're using on a day-to-day basis?
They do have that, yeah. They can put these little magnets on their fridge that shows them how much water they're using. There's a couple different programs now that they have that will allow a user to understand. They can log into a network, ultimately the city's billing system of some sort, and they can pull up their account and see how much water they're using as they throughout the month.
Now with the mobile radio, do they have the same opportunity?
I don't think so, because with the mobile radio, you're only going to send the meter readers out once a month or every 2 months to drive the circuit to pick up the reads. With the fixed network, they can actually ping those every hour, every 5 minutes to get that information back into the billing system.
Some of the meters, the actual meter itself, will still have a visible dial. Some of them won't. Depends on what we actually pick the technology and select through the bid process a meter vendor, or somebody could at least go out and flip the lid and still look to see what the actual meter was in any of these technologies. But the fixed network is the one you would log into your account. Unless somebody happened to buy a meter wand and drive down the street, then they could read everybody's if they had the same equipment that we had. One correction to your my prior comment about prevailing wage. One of the things we are going to look at as we go forward, once council decides, approves staff's recommendation or gives us other direction, is looking at having city staff install these meters. If it's feasible for us to install, now we've got 3,600 meters. I don't know if we can physically do that over the next year and do everything else we need to do. But if city staff does it, this would not be a prevailing wage project. It is something we're considering right now. We're anticipating the need to have a contractor come in and do it for us. I don't think we can accommodate that many meters in that time period without some other service lacking.
No, the fixed network, primarily that's a paperless system. The software it automatically sends the information over. The billing automatically goes out. People can track it on a day-to-day basis. On the mobile radio, they can't track it daily, but what's the difference between that software? Is it also able to are you able to use that software in order to be paperless in the sense that it gets into the system, it automatically bills out, and you don't have anybody no staff doesn't have to get involved to check any information as far as numbers are?
I wouldn't say they don't have to check it, but as far as coming from the meter to the billing system itself, yes, that would be correct.
That is automated. There is the customer service thing we've talked about is right now we have 700 and some meters. There are disputes. People say I couldn't use that much water. My meter must be wrong. Meter must have stopped working. Now, usually when meters go bad, they underread rather than overread. One of the things we're going to be facing, certainly during the initial years, is having to have a quality control program to make certain we program the meters and we calibrate them so we can then show customers they are right. There's going to be an increase in people complaining about their bills because I couldn't possibly use that much water. And so we're going to have an education program to do this, but there is going to be additional need for customer service staff to deal with problems like that, as well as a meter maintenance program. Right now, we only have 700 meters. We don't have many go bad. When we have 7,000 meters, we're going to have to develop a program because over time, any product is a certain number is going to go bad. They're supposed to last 20 years, but not every one's going to last 20 years.
Just to clarify what you said, did you say that all three of these technologies you would be able to purchase meters that actually have a visible dial?
Right now, we believe that's possible.
Okay.
It depends on who the ultimate vendor is. It's something when we go out to make our procurement for the meters, we could specify that that is a requirement of the meter. Now, that may limit the number of vendors or may limit the ability for a bell or whistle on another meter that we'd like to have. But if we can do that without hurting the process, I think it'd still be useful information. A lot of the new meters, though, they don't have any parts in them. They don't have no moving parts. That's why they last 20 years. It's doubtful that if we had meters and wheels that had to turn, which is the way you get the numbers, they probably wouldn't last as long. So it would increase the cost.
I really think customers have a sense of security when they know when they get that bill, they can walk out. I do it when I get my electrical bill. I say, I can't believe that I use that much electricity. And I go out and actually look at the meter and take the walk of shame back into the house, you know. I really think that that's important as we move forward.
We share that same concern about how we confirm to customers that, yes, this is the amount of water you actually use when they can't see anything that moves.
Moving forward to phase 2, what we have done is put together the net present value out through 2024 for each of these alternatives, assuming a near-term, mid-term, and long-term look. So if you go down the 2010 column, the touch read would cost $5.6 million. This includes all O&M, all capital, out over this time period. So it's not just the initial investment, it's the O&M also as we go out. And that's why you'd see the touch read being higher overall as there's significantly amounts of additional O&M required as you'd have however many staff, 4 staff out there reading meters every other month. Mobile read, roughly $4.8 million, and fixed network at $4.9. As you go out, those numbers change. The one caveat I'll say to this slide is if you look at 2024, that's where our analysis had stopped, so there's no debt service built in to that last column. So this is assuming that that would be paid for over rates or there would be additional debt service on top of these numbers that we have here. So the number looks way low compared to the other numbers, but it's ultimately because we don't have $2 to $3 million in additional debt service included in there on the net present value analysis.
You could also look at that's the savings for doing nothing. on phase 2 until 2024.
So what does this all mean? We put together a little chart here. I've got 2 rows, phase 1 rate impacts and phase 2 rate impacts. This is a comparison. This won't be the exact dollar that folks see. Depends on how much water they use, how this is implemented, how the rate structure is developed as we go forward. But ultimately, based on today's flat monthly rate, if we incorporated all of phase 1 across all customers, it'd be roughly $1.18 a month impact to each and every customer on the system. If we charge that same cost of phase 1 to only phase 1 customers, the cost goes up to $3.83 for those customers, but there's no impact to those phase 2 customers. So moving down to the bottom row, phase 2 rate impacts, if we spread that across all customers, everybody pays a proportional share of those costs. It's $4 to everybody, and that includes the original phase 1 cost. So it's an additional $2.82. Phase 1 customers, they would have no costs associated with phase 2, and if you gave phase 2 customers all of phase 2 costs, it's an impact of $15.24. And that's because there's a lower number of meters, and we'd have to bond finance or somehow obtain those outside funds, or ramp rates up by that amount as you went out through time to pay for those phase 2 costs. And this is based on a fixed network that's roughly the most expensive network, and so we're kind of giving somewhat of the worst case scenario here as well. So each of the others back off from that slightly.
We've really struggled with the equity issue in terms of those who, if the developer paid for the meter, then the person bought the house, and they effectively, I'm sure, paid the developer back for that deposit that was made. So they have effectively paid for the meter. So should they be paying a share of somebody else's meter, or a share of the person that paid a meter deposit? Should they pay for a share of this guy's house that's $2,500 to put the meter in? But this kind of demonstrates the numbers that it would actually take if we separate this out, as opposed to staff's recommendation to look at this as a system-wide cost. Everybody shares in the total cost of the system, just like everybody shares in the total cost of the reservoir, of the cost well we talked about earlier tonight. If a water line breaks in the street, we don't charge the person whose house it's in front of. We charge all the customers for that repair. So staff's recommendation, because of the discrepancy in these numbers, is that everybody pays for everything, both phase 1 and phase 2, as a system-wide cost. Now, this was an issue of concern at the public meeting. This was an issue of concern with the Oversight Committee. Those that have paid their meter to their house think they should not pay for somebody else. Not surprising. Those that are in phase 2 think everybody should pay everybody. And so it kind of depends on which house you live in and where you show up on that map that Don couldn't see. If you're in the yellow area, you may think one thing. If you're in the white area, you may think something else.
If we tried to spread that $15.24 over a period of time so it wasn't such an impact, then we'd also have to be paying interest on that. Would that be?
The $15.24, it takes into account a bond issue to fund phase 2.
It already has that in there?
That has that in there. So, but this is just 1 year, kind of the current year. Here's what the impact would be to those customers. And it has the O&M included in that. So as you go out, with all of these numbers, as you go out over time, as costs increase, that number is going to creep up as well as you go through over the next 10, 15-year time period.
On the $15 and the $15.24, what's the anticipated amortization or bond term?
The bond issue we assumed at 5.5% over 20 years. These are not exact numbers. This is all going to change when we actually have the water meters in place. We were struggling with some way to show the relative difference. And if you start talking about 2 phases, 3 implementation deployment schedules, different bond scenarios, we had a chart that we started with that had about 80 numbers on it. And it looked like a bingo board. I mean, you really couldn't make any sense of it. So we tried to simplify it down to these approximate order of magnitude numbers, where the $4 and the $3.83 are relatively close in terms of what the impact is. I think I used $1.32 in the staff report plus debt service cost. It's when you look at the 383 versus the 15, well, you see a huge difference because of the need to bond for the cost of the phase 2. And just in simple math and the numbers, we double the people that are paying for it if we combine everybody together.
So kind of taking off what Greg said, as you go out through time and you start metering your customers, there's going to be a couple key issues to look at and concerns to look at. One is folks aren't going to understand how much water they use at this point in time if they're on a flat rate. So there may be the high bills for folks calling in saying exactly that, how did I use this much water? Because they haven't known, and that's part of the education education time for them. One thing we talked about is stabilizing our revenue through a slightly higher fixed charge. Today, it's a fairly low fixed charge under the meter rate. We've talked about increasing that and taking away that revenue variability based on customers starting to understand how much they're using. I've talked about promoting conservation through a two-tiered rate structure for single-family residences. So they'd be allowed X amount of water at one price, and once they cross that, the price goes up a little bit more. That's some of the things we've talked about. And possibly separating phase 1, phase 2 rate structures depending on the council's decision going forward on how those customers may be charged differently or individually as we look at each of these components. So our funding recommendation is to use the existing meter deposits to fund phase 1 costs. There's no outside borrowing needs for phase 1. It's an immediate thing that we need to complete prior to the end of next year. We'd use the balance of those funds to pay for a portion of phase 2 and then finance phase 2 with some sort of outside funding, bonds, grants, whatever you could get your hands on of low cost, and also treat the project as a system cost. And Greg used the perfect example from my perspective. When you go out and you replace a main somewhere, you don't charge those individual customers just in that section of town. Everybody is paid for those capital improvements. And so we've recommended that all customers share in the cost of this program as you go forward. Comments from the public meeting. Last month we had a public meeting, and there were a couple key comments that came up a couple different times. One is the impacts to senior citizens. What are the impacts going to be when a person has to pay that $2,000 because they don't have a meter ready? How are they going to pay that? How are they going to deal with that? Equity between those who have paid a meter deposit and those that have not. There's concern that if I paid my meter deposit, my neighbor has a non-meter residence, why should I have to pay again to help this person have their meter put in? And then method of funding. Some folks talked about, it'd be better to charge those individuals for those unique costs as we went forward. And that was what I could remember off the top of my head there. So, policy decisions from the council, choice of technology, single solution citywide, the timing of the phased or the phased approach, and then the funding strategies, how we should proceed with funding phase 2. Ultimately, is that a shared system cost? Is it an individual cost to the different customers? Phase 1 pays for phase 1 costs, phase 2 pays for phase 2 costs, or we have individuals pay their specific components. So if it's going to cost $2,500 for house A, they pay that $2,500 amortized, or they cut a check to the city, and this house pays the $525 because they're meter ready, and away we go with that. So those are kind of the key elements here that we need direction on and staff needs direction on, is what technology solution. At this point, remember, we recommended bidding both the mobile drive-by and the fixed network. We've also recommended a 2-phased approach. We have to start phase 1 now, roll forward to phase 2, and then sharing the costs between all customers. Quickly, next steps, receive council direction on the meter implementation plan recommendations. Staff will put together a specific RFP, dual bid for the 2 different technologies, develop a public involvement program, adopt the metered rates, and establish a quality control program to monitor usage and adjust rates. Next steps, meeting in, is there a January meeting? Okay. January, public utility rate meeting, hearing in February, rate implementation in March, and then a new metered rate starting January 1, 2010. So that'll be separate from the March 1 implementation at this point. And with that, I will turn it back over to Greg or to the council for discussion.
That's the presentation. We know it's an awful lot of information. Staff supports the fixed network, but the costs are so close, we think there is an advantage toward bidding both. We could end up with a significant savings when we actually bid it. We like the potential that the fixed network, we're believers in the ultimate technology now, because who knows what's going to happen 10 years from now. Why do something that's latest, not the best you can do, but we're open for direction from the council and comments from the audience.
On the about 6 slides back, and you don't have to go back, but when you had the $3 versus $15, and you said it included O&M, is that O&M, what component of that? Is it a 50-50, 25-75? Just give me some range of
I would say 60% debt, 40%
O&M
and ongoing maintenance.
Because I do have an issue philosophically with the person who bought a home last year, paid a fee, and now you're going to ask them to pay everybody else's fee. I understand your analogy. I don't quite agree with it, because what your analogy is that if the water main in front of a house breaks tonight, we're not going to charge that house, and I agree with that. But the difference is you're asking us to fund new construction, not maintenance, and that's why I said you've already got O&M in either scenario. And so system-wide O&M I'm okay with. It's that new cost. Now, I think maybe someone's going to speak from the committee, but I think the Oversight Committee emailed us a couple thoughts, and I thought one of their questions was, if somebody wants to just write you a check today and be done with it, is that in here somewhere?
Certainly, if we
administratively allowable.
It's possible. If the council's decision is that everybody pays for themselves, we would go into Fund 2 and we would say, okay, if your meter, you need to pay us $500, $1,100, $2,700, and the option is to do a bond service, debt service. We could allow people the possibility, like an assessment district, to pay us that money up front, and they would end up having a different rate. Well, they would not have to. We'd have to probably end up with a surcharge then, as opposed to including it in any of the regular meter rates. That would be separate for their bill. It would be an accounting issue that I'm sure we could work it out. But that person, by virtue of paying the money up front, they would save the finance charges.
Right.
Otherwise, they would be paying, and you end up with a different debt service. If someone wants to finance their $2,700 installation, they should be paying more and more debt service costs in that regard than somebody who finances the $500 portion.
Okay.
And that's where it becomes a little administratively tough too. You end up with
Right.
different rates for everybody.
I think your phase 1 proposal and bidding both technologies, I think that's kind of a pretty cut and dried. It's the phase 2, and right now I'd lean on not jumping too far too fast on any phase 2, because I just think the landscape's going to change, and I think it's going to potentially going to change significantly.
One of the other questions, are you
No,
finished?
well, it's just, how are you going to tell a homeowner that you need to write me a check for $2,000? They just...
That's the issue that I had. How do we collect that? If we decide to do that, how do we enforce it?
Yeah.
We lien the properties, and if we decide to do that, there is issues about the ability to pay, and we didn't think that was a feasible alternative to actually implement. So we decided to look at the bond servicing in terms of the numbers, because there's no way we can run numbers and say, assuming a certain percentage of people pay up front, everything changes.
I wouldn't want to be the person delivering that letter.
No. One of the other questions I think that was in that email was, would homeowners be able to go out and purchase similar products on their own?
Install it.
In terms of the
Install it
meter,
themselves.
Yeah.
I've not heard of any other agency that has done that. I think it's possible. I don't know if I want non-trained personnel working on the city's water system. There are serious health issues relative to contamination issues, but at this point I'm not going to say it can't happen. Dropping in a meter is not the hardest thing in the world to do, but I think I would look much harder at trying to reduce costs by having city staff do. Certainly I don't want the average homeowner to go out there and dig up a street and install a whole new service for them. If it's a matter of simply installing a service, that's something we might be able to work out. I'm not aware of anybody else that is doing that, though.
I'm curious, could there be any litigation if we are saying we want everyone to help pay for the not meter-ready cost to make them meter-ready? Would there be a possibility there that the other people would?
Well, I would answer your question as the possibility, yes. As the probability, I don't know. Some of the people that we've talked to at the public meeting and on the oversight committee are pretty emotional and pretty embedded in their opinion, and I certainly agree. If I was one of those and I paid my fee, I wouldn't necessarily want to pay for anybody else's either. Whether they would then bring it to a lawsuit, I don't know whether that would happen or not. I defer to the city attorney as to the potential of that or what their success might be. But sure, anything's possible.
I think the argument that's made from cities that take that approach is that it's a benefit to the whole system. So everybody benefits by having your neighbor on a meter because you have conservation for the whole city. So that by your neighbor having a meter, it benefits you because we no longer have to drill an extra well, and so I'm saving money on my bill by my neighbor having a meter. So there is a benefit to those people by having the whole city. So it's a system-wide benefit, and that's the thought process behind it.
Any other comments from staff? If not, we have, I think, our staff, council, we have 4 or 5 people, I think, that wish to speak. Would you call them, please?
Rick? You were about to
I'm sorry, did you have?
Rick came ready to talk tonight, too. He jumped right up there in that front seat and is ready to go.
Rick Walters, living in the city of Galt. This is a new thing for me, being here at 12 o'clock at night. I should be in bed. What I'd like to do is give you some pictures that I took of meter-ready, semi-meter-ready. Yep. I was hoping that HDR would have given you those in the packet. Did they give you these kind of pictures in your packet?
We did not because of the length of the packet. It was presented at the public meeting. We included photos, but we were trying to cut the packet down in size from 50-some slides to a manageable 20-something, and so we did not provide the pictures. We did provide a description, though.
As you can see, between meter-ready and semi-meter-ready, the only difference is the check valve. Do you agree with that?
In some cases, it may be a check. A semi-meter ready is a whole group of categories, from something a little more complicated than a meter to something less. It's not just a check valve. In many cases, that might be what it is, but that's the total limiting factor.
Okay, thank you. According to those pictures, it appears to be just a check valve that's needed from semi-meter to meter-ready. Anyway, I have a prepared speech, and I'd like to read it. And if I run a little bit over, please give me a little bit of time. In my opinion, those residents that are meter-ready and semi-meter-ready should have no charges associated with or included in the installation of their new water meters, because these fees have already been collected, and some of these fees have been sitting in the bank collecting interest for approximately 16 years. The City of Galt and the consulting firm's collaboration of ideas came up with a new fee structure called a monthly block charge. I'm sure that's still there. I didn't hear it tonight, but that was in the pamphlet. This new charge would cost the ratepayers $10 per month without using one drop of water. The sole reason for this $10 block charge was the input of city staff that simply stated a revenue requirement was needed for the water fund. There is no information available to support this conclusion that the present metered system does not achieve this end. In other words, city staff wants to overshoot revenue just in case. This is not the way to run a city and have the best interests of the residents in mind. What's troubling is city staff has made a decision to ask everyone currently on meters and those who will soon be on meters to pay for those homes that were built in the 70s and 80s. These older homes did not contribute any money for a meter-ready program. These older homes, phase 2, should be handled on a case-by-case basis or a separate revenue requirement. I believe there are 1,300 homes in this category, so we differ there from where you got your information. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. This came out of the packet. I also believe city staff is asking for additional revenue within the $10 block charge for increases to employees' health care and retirement costs. The HDR report states city employees' hospitalization and retirement costs will rise by 10% a year. It is my belief that the city needs to cap these increases and come up with another source of revenue, not the ratepayers. My contention has always been that this city receives revenue from our property taxes to be used for all the needs of the Public Works Department, including pay raises, health care, retirement, and operations. One of the added costs of this water meter program is the collection of data from the use of the newly installed water meters. I believe the city should go to a fixed read process because it eliminates the need for additional city personnel and keeps the cost down into the future. But this fixed network read process, according to city staff, comes with a price tag of approximately $3 million. This may vary. If you take the 6,900 customers and divide the cost appropriately, you come up with a total cost of $400 per property owner, or $3.50 per month. I also strongly recommend that the City Council allow ratepayers the opportunity to pay this fee off in the first year of implementation. I believe our water bill should have a line item cost reflected on our bill, and our new water bill should read like this. 1. Operation and maintenance charges for water meters, $2.31 a month. 2. Fixed network read process, $3.50 a month, or pay in full. And 3. Consumption charge of 0.094 cents per 748 gallons used. Our oversight committee reviewed the meter plan and were concerned about the following. 1. Each property owner should be responsible for their own water meter upgrade costs if they haven't paid for it already. 2. Keep the water meter O&M charge at its current status with increases, yearly increases. 3. Install a water meter that the homeowner can read and understand. 4. The concern of rising costs associated with employee union contracts. 5. Conservation should not lead to higher costs. 6. Go to a fixed read process and charge accordingly. 7. Do not hire an outside consulting firm for meter installation. And finally, the committee's assessment of the new water meter program was one of mixed concerns, as stated above, and the potential for higher water costs for homeowners in the future. That was a concern to us. I would recommend to this city not to complicate this phase 1 deployment of meters. Don't complicate it, just put them in. Keep it simple and understandable for the ratepayers. Do not change the current meter program already in use by the city. And we've got 500 meters that they've had time to go out and get the data on the 500 meters to find out whether the city was making money or losing money. And that hasn't been done. So all I can do is leave it in your hands now. Mr. Sheldon, congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks for your comment. Next.
Tom Santillan.
Well, let's get going. We're going to closed session and do what we want.
Tom Santillan, City of Galt. I forgot last time, but I won't today. Congratulations to you too. My concerns are, like, number one, how do I know where I'm at? I already know I don't have a meter, but am I ready? Am I ready? You know, I need to know that before something happens. Number two, no dial. That's not good. We need to know what we're using. We can go outside, read the number, A minus B equals C. That tells you what you're using, or approximately. The network one, I have concerns. If
If someone has access to that, someone is going to monkey around with those numbers, okay? It happens all the time. They're breaking into banks. There's theft identity. There could be meter theft. Who knows? I don't know. There's always that. And it's going to happen. Trust me, it will. So, again, I just need to know, are we going to be told what we have? You know, because I know I don't have a meter, that's for sure, but I don't know what status I'm at, okay? So, are we going to be told that on our bill, or are we going to, how are we going to know? That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Is there a way that he could just go out and look right now?
He can go out and look, or if you want to stop by Public Works, I can show you a better map, or I can meet you out there. We can tell you what it is. Most of the meter ready, you look in, there's this idler, you pull it out, and the meter drops right in. There's no other plumbing necessary. Some of them, you may have to add a little extension. Some need check valves, some need more than that. We'd be happy to go out and try to identify if we don't already have it. I have the copy of that Phase 1 map in my office that has things identified. And this was done on a macro level. We didn't necessarily look at every single service, 7,300 services throughout the city. We looked at representative samples throughout tracks and try to do an assessment. There may be some that are off a little bit. We'd be more than happy to have anybody go out and tell them what they have and which category they fit in.
In the report, you talked about one of the cons for, I think it was the network, was an antenna or something. Do you know what I'm talking about? It was one of the, yeah, in the report it said that was one of the, it talked about a carbon footprint and it talked about an antenna that I guess you would be broadcasting on the network information from.
I don't recall the problem. The fixed network does have a receiver that you put very similar to what PG&E and SMUD is doing for their fixed networks. One of the things we were looking at is if we decide to go forward with the fixed network is a sharing of technology and using their transceivers. That is possible. So if there are adverse effects, I'm not aware of any associated with that, then that was something we'd have to consider.
I'll find it. I read your report. All
I know you did.
Whatever
Okay.
pages it was.
While you're doing that, if I could respond to a couple of the comments. One of the things that we'll bring back to the council, probably we'll touch on it in February and again probably in December relative to the block meters. Staff is looking at, as we go forward with putting everybody on meters, a increase in the base rate, but there is a corresponding offset in the water usage rate. So this is not a revenue generation scheme dreamed up by staff. It is a rate stabilization. One of the concerns we have is making sure we have enough money to run the program. We're not looking for extra money, but if all of a sudden everybody is on a water usage and a meter and it drops off, then we don't have enough money to run the system. First, when we start doing this, we need to look at what we need to stabilize rate, but there are offsetting rates. So ideally, we've taken the same, that $10 is being recouped by the customer, so we've lowered the base rate per 100 cubic feet of water that they're using. In order to give council good numbers, yes, we did include nominal, I think it was 3% increases in salaries and health care costs that we've typically experienced. They are a small fraction of what the overall rates are, and that is a cost of doing business. If council says we're not going to give employees rate increases or we're not going to increase benefits, then there will be a small savings for these rates. But we didn't feel it was appropriate to not include our best estimate of the operating cost to present those to council.
We have two more comments from public. Dan.
Dan.
While Dan's walking up here, Greg, real fast. On slide number 17, it talks about the total cost for installation if you add the meter interface unit, and the actual installation. I'm trying to figure out why we're calculating $350 for the meter ready if it's as simple as just dropping the meter essentially in place. I mean, let's assume it takes an employee 2 hours to do each one of these installations. It's $175 an hour.
So ultimately, the average cost of what we've seen in other analyses for going in, setting it up, making sure everything works, the whole time period associated with it.
$350 just seems really high.
Equipment, materials, I mean, all of that type of stuff.
installation, getting the materials, installing the meter. There's also an O&M cost of setting up the cost for the billing under that. This is a total cost system-wide. It's not just the guy that drives out there and drops a meter in. Again, this classification of meter ready is some that are that simple and some that are more complicated that may take a return visit. It's an overall average cost, which is based upon HDR's experience of what this has taken, but it's total cost. It includes the meter, the connections, finance setting up, the billing structure, the whole complete. This is what it costs for that one meter in the program.
Legal.
I've got the legal costs.
Okay, why don't we, if we can, unless you have any other comments, a couple other people want to speak. Sorry. Thanks for being patient.
Dan Jimenez, and I live in the city. And I want to address the portion of the proposal where everybody pays one fee for everybody that needs to have a water meter installation done. I understand that water meters is a requirement and that it has to be done. As a homeowner, it's my responsibility to comply with the law and pay what I'm responsible for. I don't have a problem with that. However, what I'm not responsible for is to pay for other homeowners' water meter installation fees. If this thing gets approved, you can call this proposal anything you want, but call it what it truly is. It's socialism at its very core. If this council approves this plan, it will be taking us down a very slippery slope, and it will leave the doors wide open for other proposals with the same type of floor mat to be approved in the future. It is this council's responsibility to protect us from this type of socialism, and if they don't know the difference, then heaven help us one and all. The requirement for water meters has been known to the city for years now. So why wasn't a plan worked on to set up each homeowner on some kind of a payment plan? Please don't use the excuse that you would have to hire people or office space would have to be taken up or some expertise would have to be brought in and you don't have it. That is why there are computer and software developers out there who have the expertise to develop a payment spreadsheet, then incorporate that software into your existing computer system. Then you hire a job shopper. A job shopper you don't have to pay any benefits to do the data entry a couple of days out of the month. Then the spreadsheet does the rest of the work. Is it really that easy? No, it's not. It's not that easy. But you would have had all this time to work out those kinks, and it would have cost the city a lot less money than what you're paying these consultants now. You make it seem like this is the 11th hour. You make it seem like the 11th hour is upon us, and this unfair proposal is the best you can come up with. Now you want this council to bail you out and approve it, so you won't have to be creative and come up with a reasonable plan. I'm going to help you out here. I'm going to propose a plan. It's simple, but it's way out there in left field. Let each homeowner pay what they're responsible for. Why is it that the citizens always have to come up here and fight for the right not to be taken advantage of? That's all I'm saying. It's just that portion of your plan that's just not right. And if this council approves it, I'm going to be really disappointed in all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Al Baldwin?
I feel like I'm sleepwalking. Al Baldwin, City of Galt. I think they've all said just about everything that almost can be said. There was a few things, and I was going to say them, and they've just taken over. There's two things going on here, I feel. One thing is you've been presented with a 180-page script of what this water meter plan is, and it's Thanksgiving. I don't see how any of you could take the time to read all this, mulch it, and come up with major decisions on it, to tell you the truth. Also, the public has never really seen it. Even at the meeting we were at, it was no definite this or definite that. It's up to the council. I asked a question, and I'm going to make this quick because I'm not going to go through everything, but if phase one is paid for, that's great. And this is hard to say, but phase one is paid excess money, so possibly they should get it back. Phase two, someone's going to have to pay for that, and apparently, if you're going to need a bond, the people in phase two is going to have to pay for it. I cannot see phase one people that have paid for this already through the years coming up and helping phase two people. You talk about litigation. This is if it's legal, it's something else, and that is definitely a socialistic way of having government, in my opinion. And I agree with most of the people tonight. I mean, this is amazing. It's just awful. The other thing was that I asked the question at the meeting. There was very few people at that meeting, but I asked the question. Well, someone over here on the west side, they got an older home, and they got the main water in the backyard, and you're going to have to move to the front yard. I said, well, who pays for that? Well, they couldn't give me a straight answer. They says, well, it's either the homeowner or the council is going to have to make that decision. I believe that's what the answer was. So that tells me that the council or the city is going to have to pay for it, or the homeowner is going to have to pay for it. That'd be great if the city pays for it. I mean, the homeowner is going to come apart when they start hearing this. The public does not know what's going on, and when they get hit with this, you're going to have emails and everything else coming at you. You need to be more transparent. You need to be honest and upfront with them. Just tell it the way it is, and not try and push something through at the last minute. And even this late, no one's going to be seeing it. No one's going to talk about it. Maybe you got to be transparent with the public. And there's probably funds out there maybe that can be used. I don't know. I just think we've been spending a lot more money than we should be spending. I can't see how we can even come up with any money to spend on anything, because every time I hear it now, well, we can use the reserve funds in this, or we can use the reserve funds in this. How do we make up our reserve funds? I mean, eventually it's going to wear out. It's just going to go. You got to stop this spending and start looking inside and see where you can save some money. And I don't know if it's going to be employee salaries. Hopefully it's no layoffs, but there is something that can be done and should be done and better be done, because it's the only way it's going to be able to work. So you're going to have an uproar of people once they find out really what this whole thing's all about. So I would say get it, snip it in the bud now, get it out of the way, listen to them, and I'm glad you're up there and I'm not. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. Have fun.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments from council? I'm sorry.
Yep. Tracy Gross. My house was built in 1970, which puts me in phase 2, but I've lived there since January of 1975. I don't look forward to the extra cost, but I also don't think it's fair for someone who has bought a house recently and paid for their meter to pay for mine. I paid less than $18,000 for my home, and I'm sure people who paid for their meters recently paid a little bit more than that for their house. I think you should, look at it as a whole. We do need to balance this out. I don't expect someone in a new home that's paid for theirs to pay for mine. So consider that when you're looking at this, and let me make little payments at a time. But, my city bill used to be less than $7, so I've adjusted over the years to pay almost $200 a month, and I'll adjust, and I think a lot of us will. So you need to make it fair to everyone and not make somebody pay for mine when they've already paid for their own. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. No other comments?
No, I was going to say, so to get clarity on what you need from us tonight, and now it is tomorrow, So today is the day you need to go to the printers, you said. If we give you direction to go with phase 1 and to do nothing on phase 2 as of tonight, what would happen?
We would do that. We would proceed with implementation of phase 1. I believe council has expressed support for the dual bid. We would proceed with that, and we would look at not implementing any rate increases. The potential for the need tonight was if council decided to go with increasing rates for phase 2 now to generate cash to do the project later, we would want to increase those rates now. If council's direction or desire is not to do anything, then we would not obviously include those rate increases, and we basically wouldn't worry about phase 2 until some point in the future when we have to do something with phase 2, which frankly wouldn't hurt my feelings at all. I got lots of other stuff to do.
Yeah. Because I mean, I don't see how I would come to a consensus in any near term on the phase 2 part of this, but I'm comfortable with the phase 1 proceeding. And when we do, if we come back at a later date, to kind of what Tracy said, and whoever the last person was talking about coming in through the backyard, you know, my leaning is there must be a compromise in there that in your system theory, I'd say from a system standpoint, we need to deliver the water to the property line in some reasonable location. And to the not being socialistic comment, then I'd say from then on, I'm probably leaning to it's the individual homeowner's costs. But so there's a balancing that's not going to be worked out tonight anytime soon. So that'd be my thought.
What we would need at some point from council then is some type of guidelines that perhaps staff could bring back to have you approve as to whether that's a certain dollar limit or something else. The next thing, if council's direction tonight was to do nothing with phase 2, the next action would probably be sometime in December when we actually have to adopt the rate structure that will be in place for next December for the meters that are actually going to be implemented and billed as of January 1st, 2010. At that point, you would be setting a split rate. You'd have a rate for the water meter customers and maintain the fixed rate, and staff's recommendation at that point is going to be a change in the metered structure, perhaps with a tiered system and perhaps with an increase in the block rate, the base rate, to help stabilize revenues with an offsetting cost and usage rate. But that will create a larger inequity that exists today. You've got 450 residential customers today on meters. The difference is they bought those houses knowing they had to have meters.
Right.
As opposed to the 3,300, we're going to say you have to have a meter versus you don't. So we're going to be creating that inequity. If you agree there is one next December, you have a year before we have to worry about it, though.
Well, and to Andrew's opening comment, I mean, I don't think proceeding with phase 1 and to the other public comment, I don't think proceeding with that tonight is not being transparent or anything else. I mean, that was why people paid a fee. That was why the box was already in front of their house and all that. So, but anything beyond that, I would like people to have a chance to understand this is coming at them, whatever we do. And I'd make that a recommendation if we don't want to talk about it a lot longer.
Is
Second.
that a motion?
Is that a motion? You're saying recommend.
Clarification on phase 2.
Yep.
Is this something you would like us to bring back in the near future?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be at the next council meeting,
in
but
February, whenever you bring back the rate.
No, they're not. The rates we're going to implement in February are not relative to water meters. They're going to be a continuation of the flat rates. We anticipate coming back in November or December in order for rates to come in and play January 1st, 2010. So there's really nothing for staff to bring back until we do those rates, unless there's other scenarios or refinement of cost numbers or something like that, unless it's a program to let the public know. It's, you know, worst case, a letter campaign. We send everybody a notice of what their situation is. It's just a feedback.
Wait a minute. You were asking for clarification because we have a motion on the floor.
yeah, my motion is,
and I think we had a second.
yep, my motion is to approve staff's recommendation on phase 1 and take no other action tonight.
And we had a second. Because we didn't get to do that, we went into discussion, and I guess
Ted, you had a comment.
Let him pass that, and then I have a comment.
It's my motion. I
Well,
believe
there's
that.
a motion and there's a second. Now, were there any further discussions?
So
That's what I think.
what it comes to is when they set the fee. What he's saying is if he puts the meters in, by November of next year, they have to set the fee. But if the public needs to know about it, the council probably should set the fee in July so that they've got some time to come in and talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, one of my comments under my comments is going to be, and I suspect I'm not alone in this, is I'm hoping the council is very soon going to have a goal-setting meeting and some study sessions, and so we can revisit this. I'm not proposing we just drop it for the next year, but tonight, given the hour, all I want to do is do phase one and move on to the next agenda item.
Seconded. And seconded. We'll call for the vote.
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay.
Thank you.
Now we'll adjourn to redevelopment agency. Roll call, please.
Board members Payne? Here. Claire?
Here.
Haynes?
Here.
Meredith?
Here.
Shelton?
Here. Public comment? Don't have
I
any?
have no speaker sheet.
Okay.
I'll move consent agenda calendar if there's no changes.
I'll second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Call for the vote.
Aye.
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 And we have department report, city manager's office.
Nothing.
This is the same item, just from the redevelopment agency side, so I'm not going to give the report again, just staff's recommendation is.
I'll move staff's recommendation.
And seconded. Call for the vote. Oh, sorry, discussion? None. Call for the vote.
Aye.
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 Aye. Ayes have it. Where are we?
They'll reconvene. Yep.
Adjourn and reconvene to city council, city clerk's report.
Just quickly, there's the wastewater treatment plant oversight committee meeting that was scheduled for December 9th has been canceled. There's a Parks and Rec Commission meeting in the council chambers at 7 p.m. That's on December 10. On December 11, there's a planning commission meeting, 6:30 here in the council chambers. That takes us to our next city council meeting on December 16th. And just a reminder that the city hall offices will be closed on December 24th and 25th.
Did you say the wastewater treatment plant oversight committee was canceled?
Yes.
What was the reasoning? Just lack of business?
I'm not sure.
I'm not aware it was canceled.
Does
It's
Rick-
the first I've heard of it.
Look at
Oh,
January.
I guess
That's
we're gonna
This-
January.
find out.
Yeah, it is canceled on
Who
January 13th.
canceled it? I'm not aware that myself or my staff have
Can
canceled
you
it.
find out then?
So I certainly would, yes.
We would only put it on our calendar if we got something from somebody. But I don't know.
If you
who.
could, I'd like you to verify that. I will certainly find out from my staff.
Sure.
Thanks, Greg.
Well, it's not letting me.
Comments by staff?
None, Mayor.
No? Council members? Councilmember Haynes?
Yeah, I just want to go over our Galt Police Department October status report, but I'm going to make this very brief. It's regarding the community outreach. Crime prevention started one new neighborhood watch group during this period of time, which comes to a total of 43 existing neighborhood watch groups citywide. Currently have a total of 3 business watch programs in Galt, and they have also done 10 character count presentations this school year, and have instituted 4 other school-related programs. A problem-oriented policing project has begun using high school administrators as well as police officers. I'm just going to keep it brief tonight, but I just want you guys to be aware of the activity that's out there and the efforts that are being made within the community. Thank you.
Okay. Andrew? I think you had one other item.
I did. What I'm looking for from staff, I know we're going to be reviewing the budget in January. I think there's a substantial concern up here by members of council that the numbers aren't going to be pretty. So I'm hoping that staff can bring back a recommendation in January to make some substantial cuts, identify departments where we're not currently understaffed, and present council with an option when we review the budget to make staffing cuts as well.
Councilman Clare.
I had one item under the heading campaign finance and expenditures, and tonight's not the night to touch on that, so I'll just ask you to throw that under me for the next meeting. Very quickly, I attended a regional planning meeting today called Investing in America's Competitiveness and Infrastructure Strategy for the Nation and the Mega Region. I did that primarily as a SACOG board member, but obviously also as a council member. It was a lot of planning people, elected, governor's office, and it's just looking at if it's got to do with infrastructure, roads, water conveyance, transportation, rail, ports, goods movement, the whole thing. So very much SACOG oriented, and there's a lot to be done, obviously, and so it was really just one of a series of meetings on those general topics. So I'll keep you posted as that goes. As I said, I'm hoping we will set some near-term dates for probably a couple study sessions, some maybe just updates on where we are in capital projects, the interchange, the waste treatment plant, budget,
Goals.
the green belt between us and just all that. Let's retouch and set some goals for the next 2 years. I imagine Mayor's going to propose that anyway.
Oh,
but,
I had that, but that's
yep.
fine. No, that's fine.
Another item I'll keep you abreast on is this hopeful commuter train I keep talking about that would run Stockton, Lodi, Galt, Elk Grove, and end up in Sacramento. I had 2 meetings on that topic since we last met. One was with the ACE Train executive director and their advocate, Phil Panino. Had some good talks with him. I talked to Mike McKeever, executive director of SACOG, today about the talks and what SACOG might be willing to do. And I've learned, but I haven't verified, that in the $10 billion high-speed rail monies that were approved, which I'm still amazed were approved, but they were, is close to $1 billion of money that can probably move into regional rail as a transition to eventual high-speed rail. So I'm going to be pursuing and finding out if we could go after some of that funds to try and get what we're proposing here. So the ACE people believe that in a 2 to 3 year window, with a lot of things happening right, and that's a lot of things, there could be a 2-train service running right through our stopping, picking people up and going to Sacramento and bringing them back, and that would be just phenomenal.
I'd love it.
So anyway, that's pie in the sky right now, but each meeting I have, so far we're not hitting new obstacles. We're actually finding new opportunities. So what I will want to do in our goal setting, assuming it's in the near term, to get councils okay to go and talk to the other councils, Stockton, Lodi, and Elk Grove, and brief them from my position on the Rail Commission that I sit on, that this is something, and then I'll also bring it to the Rail Commission. So it's hopeful, and then with that, we will soon need to put together our federal approach request in the first couple months of next year. This type of thing, this rail thing I'm talking about, it's kind of what I've said before. It'd be a good year to ask for it so they can say no.
Right.
So in the next year or two, when we really need a yes, they've already said no a couple times, and maybe it'll be a yes by then. So I also asked council to consider that something, just an informational piece, and Jason and Ted can help me put something together, that we should take it to our Congress members this year just as a heads up, not as our #1 priority, put it 5 or 6 on the list, but just so it starts to get on their radar. I think that's it.
I did have some final comments. I didn't mean to pause, but I wanted to thank Dawn and all of the members of the Measure R committee for working so hard to make sure it got passed. Thank the Lou Edwards group for the hard work that they did while they were helping out with the city, and thank the voters for recognizing the need for additional funding. I also wanted to mention that I attended a event with Kevin Johnson and other regional leaders I think it was last week, might have been the week before. It's so late I'm losing track of my calendar. But it was very, very interesting to see the amount of attention that Mr. Johnson garners, and it could potentially be a good thing for the region. So I'm hoping that he uses that to our advantage. So that's all I have.
Just quickly, I attended the report card, the county report card on the youth. And I'm not going to go into a lot of details. Basically, they analyzed and assessed the use in the county, the needs, and are making recommendations. But what came out of it was Galt's kind of left out of the services because we're way down here and our youth don't have an opportunity to take advantage of it because of the transportation problem. So I'm hoping to have someone come in the future and talk to the council about those services and how we can make them work for Galt as well. That's it.
Okay. Thank you. Well, I want to again thank staff and council, and thank you. I appreciate it. It's an honor to, I feel, to be reelected, and I really am glad that you guys really made me feel good by asking me to be mayor. I appreciate that. Hey, there is a couple of committees that I co-hosted and started up last time, and I want to reactivate those. So I'm just going to mention them, and I'd like for council to think about those, and I'll get them on our my comments for kind of direction and discussion and some action. What I want to do is reactivate the Public Safety Advisory Committee. I had some slight small conversation with our attorney, and I'm thinking that maybe we can take or measure our oversight committee and merge them in with that. You know, they would gather, and each one of the council members would ask somebody from the public to represent you and be on that committee. And Don, I'd like for you to think about that, being on as a co.
Actually, and I had also spoke to the attorney about it.
Okay. That's something I like, you know, and this is just things I'm throwing out. We'll come back in a couple of weeks.
No,
Okay.
we're on the same page.
Okay, great. And then the other thing I want to redo is we had a developer builder staff, and it was a council committee, and it was kind of unauthorized, but I mean it wasn't really not unauthorized, but it wasn't really formalized, but it was an avenue for people to set down, just like a couple of things I noticed tonight. I think if we'd have had that, those misunderstandings, I think, could have been worked out before they came to us, you know, like the one with the appeal. I think a lot of those things that we could have met with them in that group discussion, and we'd have went through and worked out all those things, so that they would have an elected official there, and not to just, you know, stick our nose in it, but I mean to be there so that we're kind of, would report back. So
What was the name of that committee?
well, what we did before, we called it a developer builder, and it was a staff council committee meeting. And I would like to ask Vice Mayor Payne if she would consider being on that. And I know there's going to be other things that I'm going to ask Daryl and Andrew to be on, different things. These are just some of my thoughts kind of right now. I mean, you know, like everyone else, it's feel like it's about 1:30. It's about 12:35, but we can talk a little better when we've got clearer heads. But we do need to take care of some items, so we need to adjourn into a special closed session. And Liz, if you would mind, there's 3 items. Would you mind reading those off?
Sure.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ted.
Just a very short one, just for information purposes. If you want to have a goal-setting meeting, do you wish to have a facilitator or not? I just raised the question because if you...
We'll talk about that at another meeting, because that could turn into a 15-minute discussion.
Yeah, I think we're tired.
No, but the only reason I ask is if it's like in January, you need to get somebody quick. If it's later on, you got more time. Timing issue.
If you could read those items off, please.
Number 1, conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiator Kirk Campion, employee organization Galt Police Officers Association. Number 2, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Citizens for Yes on Recall. Number 3, conference with real property negotiator, the Evans property, negotiating party Behrman, and that's what we have on the agenda.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I request that the last one be first because it was the shortest one.
I was going to say, it's just an informational update. I'd be happy to provide that through a pass-through memo, or it could roll to next meeting if you want to save that for the time.
Your staff's pleasure, you want to...
No, just let him do a pass-through memo, and I'll
That's-
just tell you basically what...
No, that's what I was going to say. Okay.
Look at my name.
And you know what I was successful in doing during the meeting? I got completely out of my program, and I was able to get back into it without asking either one of you for assistance. Liz, you had walked out to go get water or something. I went, I've got the screensaver on. What did I do? Oh my God. I'm sorry. I think we're going on. But,
I love closed session.